Tonight, friends, we explore why it sucked to be William Shakespeare, the man behind the quill who gave us timeless plays but whose own life was a tale of struggle and strife. From dodging plagues and rival playwrights to worrying about censor, family drama, and whether the theatre would even stay open, being the bard wasn't all sonnets and glory. So before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. An intriguing story like this seems perfect with a cup of tea and a blanket, so turn on your nightlight, grab the Windblower 3000 fan, and let's begin, shall we? Picture, if you will, the year 1564 in Stratford-upon-Avon, where the River Avon meanders like a drunken playwright searching for his next line. Here, in a timber-framed house that creaks like old bones, young William Shakespeare draws his first breath into a world that will spend the next 4 centuries arguing about whether he actually existed. The irony, dear listeners, is that existing was precisely his problem. Born to John Shakespeare, a glover whose hands shaped leather, but whose dreams shaped disappointment, William inherited more than just his father's trade aspirations. He inherited the crushing weight of middle-class respectability in an age when stepping outside your designated social box was like performing Hamlet without a script. John, you see, wasn't content with merely crafting gloves. He harboured municipal ambitions, becoming an alderman and eventually bailiff of Stratford. Success, however, proved as slippery as wet leather, and by the time young Will reached adolescence, the family's fortunes had tumbled faster than a poorly rehearsed death scene. The Shakespeare household echoed with the peculiar tension of fallen gentility, that special kind of misery reserved for families who remember better times while counting their remaining coins. John's financial troubles weren't merely about money, they were about identity. In Elizabethan England, your worth was measured not just by your purse, but by your position, and John's declining fortunes meant the family name carried the particular stigma of ambitious failure. Young William, blessed with what we now recognise as genius but what his contemporaries might have called dangerous imagination, found himself trapped between his father's expectations and his own impossible dreams. Grammar school provided him with Latin, rhetoric, and a dangerous taste for stories that transported him far beyond Stratford's suffocating boundaries. However, the dual nature of education only served to stifle his provincial life, akin to attempting to encapsulate the vastness of the ocean within a tiny teacup. The boy who had become England's greatest writer spent his formative years watching his father's dreams crumble, while his own grew increasingly impossible. In a society where most people died within 20 miles of where they were born, William's imagination roamed freely through the ancient Rome, mythical Athens, and magical islands that existed nowhere but in his restless mind. This disconnect between inner vastness and outer limitation would haunt him throughout his life, the eternal struggle of the artist born into the wrong circumstances. But perhaps most cruelly, young Shakespeare possessed something that made his situation unbearable: talent. His talent was not the comfortable mediocrity that would have enabled him to follow his father's trade with contentment, but a blazing, undeniable gift that made ordinary life feel like wearing clothes several sizes too small. He could see the poetry in everyday speech, hear the music in casual conversation, and feel the dramatic potential in the mundane interactions of provincial life. This sensitivity, this capacity to elevate the ordinary to the extraordinary, served as both his greatest gift and his most enduring curse. The Stratford of Shakespeare's youth was a place where dreams were luxuries few could afford. Market days brought temporary excitement, travelling players occasionally provided glimpses of the wider world, but mostly life moved with the inexorable rhythm of seasonal agriculture and traditional expectations. For most residents, this predictability provided comfort. For young William, it felt like a gradual suffocation. He was born into a coop of contented chickens, and everyone wondered why he couldn't simply be satisfied with the available seeds. At 18, our future bard found himself ensnared in life's most common trap: biology. Anne Hathaway, 8 years his senior and already showing signs of their impending child, represented both salvation and imprisonment for young Shakespeare. The marriage, hastily arranged in November 1582, solved one immediate problem while creating a dozen others, like using a beautiful bandage to cover a gaping wound. Anne, daughter of a prosperous shottery farmer, brought to the union everything William lacked: maturity, practical knowledge, and the grounding influence of someone who understood that life required more than pretty words and soaring imagination. She also brought pregnancy, which in Elizabethan England meant marriage wasn't a choice but a moral imperative wrapped in social necessity. The wedding, conducted with unseemly haste, whispered of scandal in a society where reputation was currency and shame was bankruptcy. Within 2 years, the couple had 3 children, Susanna, followed by twins Hamlet and Judith. Suddenly, the dreamy young man who had spent his youth crafting sonnets in his head found himself responsible for 4 mouths to feed and a household to maintain. Fatherhood, that magnificent destroyer of artistic pretensions, descended upon Shakespeare like a plague of locusts, consuming his time, energy, and the luxury of self-contemplation. The irony was exquisite. The man who would write the most psychologically complex characters in literature found himself trapped in the most conventional of plots. Morning brought not inspiration, but the demands of crying babies. Evening arrived with exhaustion instead of creative energy, and the night hours that should have belonged to his muse were claimed by the basic requirements of survival. Anne, practical and patient, managed the household with competent efficiency, while William struggled to reconcile his soaring ambitions with the grinding reality of domestic responsibility. Money, that eternal antagonist in the drama of artistic aspiration, became an obsessive concern. Teaching, his most obvious career path, offered meagre compensation and a soul-crushing routine. The law, another possibility, required connections and capital he didn't possess. His father's glove-making trade promised steady income and social respectability, but the thought of spending his days shaping leather while his imagination withered felt like creative suicide. The young father found himself caught in the classic bind of the dreamer made practical. Every moment spent earning money was time stolen from his art. Yet without money, his family would starve and his dreams would become irrelevant luxuries. Anne, growing more practical with each passing day, began to view her husband's artistic inclinations with the barely concealed impatience of someone who understood that poetry didn't pay rent or put food on the table. Stratford, once merely confining, now felt like a velvet-lined coffin. The familiar streets that had nurtured his boyhood imagination now seemed to mock his trapped condition. He knew every face, every story, every possibility for advancement, and none of them included becoming the greatest writer in the English language. The provinces, he was learning, were designed for raising families and maintaining traditions, not for nurturing revolutionary genius. Yet amid this domestic imprisonment, something unexpected began to emerge. The very constraints that seemed to strangle his creativity began to teach him about human nature in ways his bachelor freedom never could. Watching his wife manage their household, observing his children develop their distinct personalities, and struggling with the daily negotiations of marriage, provided him with insights into character and a motivation that would later inform his greatest works. Forced to live among, understand, and depend upon real people, he was learning to write about them. Between 1585 and 1592, William Shakespeare vanished from historical record like a magician's assistant stepping behind a curtain, leaving scholars to debate his whereabouts with the fervour of theologians arguing about angels and pinheads. These lost years represent perhaps the most crucial period of his development, when the provincial family man somehow transformed into London's most promising playwright. The transformation, however, came at a cost that would echo through every subsequent triumph. The decision to leave Stratford required courage that bordered on madness. In the 1580s, London was a tumultuous mix of ambition, disease, creativity, and violence, a city where people made and lost fortunes on a daily basis, where geniuses and charlatans interacted, and where the difference between success and destitution was measured in single performances. For a married man with 3 children, abandoning the security of provincial life for the uncertainties of the theatre world wasn't a romantic adventure. It was a potential catastrophe. Yet London's theatrical scene beckoned with irresistible allure. The playhouses, the theatre, the Curtain and the Rose were revolutionising entertainment, transforming drama from religious instruction into popular art. Here, writers like Christopher Marlowe were crafting plays that made audiences gasp with recognition and terror, while actors achieved fame that rivaled nobility. For Shakespeare, whose imagination had been cramped by the Stratford's limitations, London's theatres represented liberation from everything that had constrained his artistic development. The practical challenges were staggering. London's population had swollen to nearly 200,000, making it one of Europe's largest cities and certainly its most chaotic. Housing was scarce and expensive, food was often contaminated, and disease spread through crowded neighbourhoods with devastating efficiency. The plague, that recurring nightmare of Elizabethan life, could shut down theatres for months, leaving actors and writers without income and audiences without entertainment. Success required not just talent but survival, and survival demanded adaptability that few possessed. Shakespeare's entry into London's theatrical world likely began at the bottom, perhaps as a prompter, possibly as an actor in minor roles, certainly as someone willing to perform whatever tasks kept him near the creative energy he craved. The established playwrights, university-educated men like Marlowe, Greene and Nash, initially regarded this provincial interloper with suspicion and condescension. They possessed classical education, aristocratic connections, and the intellectual arrogance that comes from believing oneself naturally superior to one's competitors. The famous attack by Robert Greene, calling Shakespeare an upstart crow, revealed the complex social dynamics of Elizabethan theatre. Greene, dying in poverty despite his university education and literary reputation, resented Shakespeare's rapid rise through sheer talent and commercial instinct. The insult stung not because it was unfair, but because it contained an uncomfortable truth. Shakespeare was indeed an outsider, someone who had achieved through merit what others claimed by birthright. Yet this very outsider status became Shakespeare's greatest advantage. While his university-educated competitors wrote for their intellectual peers, Shakespeare understood ordinary audiences because he came from ordinary circumstances. He could craft entertainment that satisfied both groundlings and aristocrats because he possessed the rare ability to see human nature from multiple perspectives simultaneously. His provincial background, rather than limiting his vision, had taught him to observe and understand the full spectrum of human behaviour. The separation from his family, however, created wounds that never fully healed. Anne and the children remained in Stratford, supported by whatever money William could send from London's uncertain theatrical economy. Letters travelled slowly, visits were infrequent, and the growing distance between husband and wife extended far beyond mere geography. Anne was raising their children essentially as a single mother, while William was becoming someone she barely recognised. Successful, celebrated, but increasingly foreign to the man she had married. London's theatres in the 1590s operated under constant threat of closure, not from artistic failure but from biological catastrophe. The plague, that medieval horseman who refused to acknowledge the Renaissance, stalked Elizabethan England with particular fondness for crowded spaces where people gathered for entertainment. When death rates climbed, authorities shuttered playhouses faster than a negative review could close a modern production, leaving everyone connected to the theatre industry suddenly unemployed and searching for alternative income. Shakespeare experienced these closures as artistic and financial disasters that tested his commitment to theatrical life. During the prolonged closure of 1593 to 1594, when the plague killed over 10,000 Londoners, he turned to poetry as both a creative outlet and a potential income source. Venus and Adonis, his first published work, became the literary sensation of its time, establishing his reputation among educated readers who might never have attended his plays. Yet success in poetry, while gratifying, couldn't replace the immediate income and collaborative energy that theatre provided. The competitive landscape of Elizabethan drama was ruthlessly Darwinian. Playwrights stole plots, characters, and even entire speeches from each other with casual efficiency, creating an environment where originality was less important than effective adaptation. Shakespeare, who would later be criticised for borrowing most of his plots, was simply following industry practice. The real challenge wasn't finding source material but transforming it into something commercially viable and artistically satisfying. The task required not just literary skill but practical understanding of what audiences wanted and actors could deliver. Christopher Marlowe's death in 1593 removed Shakespeare's most formidable rival while creating a cautionary tale about the dangers of literary ambition. Marlowe, whose plays like Dr. Faustus and Tamburlaine had redefined dramatic possibility, died under mysterious circumstances involving government spies, religious controversy, and tavern violence. His fate illustrated the precarious position of writers who attracted both fame and suspicion, particularly those whose works challenged established authority or explored dangerous ideas. Shakespeare's response to Marlowe's death revealed his practical wisdom. Rather than attempting to match Marlowe's rebellious intensity, he developed a more subtle approach that allowed him to explore controversial themes without attracting fatal attention. His villains became psychologically complex rather than theologically dangerous, and his political commentary remained sufficiently ambiguous to avoid treasonous interpretation. This careful navigation between artistic ambition and personal safety required constant vigilance and occasional artistic compromise. The formation of the Lord Chamberlain's Men in 1594 provided Shakespeare with the stability he had been seeking since arriving in London. As both shareholder and principal playwright for the company, he finally achieved the financial security that had eluded him throughout his youth. Yet this security came with its pressures. The company needed new plays regularly. Audiences expected consistent quality, and competitors were always ready to steal successful innovations. Shakespeare found himself ensnared in a creative cycle that required constant output, all the while upholding artistic standards that escalated with each triumph. The Blackfriars Theatre controversy of 1596 demonstrated how quickly theatrical success could become a political liability. The company's attempt to establish an indoor theatre in a fashionable neighbourhood met fierce resistance from residents who considered actors morally contaminating influences. Legal battles and social criticism reminded Shakespeare that, despite his growing fame and fortune, society still regarded his profession with suspicion. He might write plays that entertained royalty, but he remained essentially a glorified vagabond in the eyes of respectable citizens. Personal tragedy struck in 1596 with the death of his son Hamlet, whose name would later echo through his father's greatest tragedy. The loss devastated Shakespeare in ways that his subsequent masterpieces only partially revealed. Hamlet's death represented not just parental grief but the collapse of dynastic hopes. In an age when family continuity depended on male heirs, losing his only son meant that all Shakespeare's success would ultimately prove ephemeral, his name surviving only through his artistic works rather than through living descendants. By 1600, William Shakespeare had achieved what few artists ever experience, recognition of his genius during his own lifetime. Hamlet, which premiered that year, established him not merely as a successful playwright, but as someone who had fundamentally changed what drama could accomplish. Yet success, that false friend of artists everywhere, brought complications that provincial obscurity had never threatened. Fame made him a target for criticism, envy, and the particularly vicious attacks reserved for those who rise above their supposed station. The weight of expectation became overwhelming. Every new play was measured against his previous achievements, and every innovation was scrutinized for signs of decline or betrayal of his established style. Audiences arrived at his premieres with predetermined judgments, and critics sharpened their quills for reviews that would either confirm or challenge his reputation. The spontaneous joy of creation, which had sustained him through his early struggles, became contaminated by awareness of his public role as England's premier dramatist. Financial success, while solving many practical problems, created new anxieties. Shakespeare's investments in property, his share in the Globe Theatre, and his growing wealth required management and protection. He found himself spending time on legal documents, property disputes, and business negotiations that had nothing to do with writing, but everything to do with preserving what his writing had earned. The artist who had once written purely for creative fulfillment now wrote partly to maintain an increasingly complex financial empire. The relationship with his family grew more strained with each passing year. Anne and the surviving children, Susanna and Judith, lived comfortable lives thanks to his success. But comfort couldn't bridge the emotional distance that his prolonged absences had created. He had become a stranger to his household, someone who visited rather than inhabited the domestic life he was supporting. His daughters grew up knowing their father primarily through his reputation and the money he sent, rather than through daily interaction and shared experience. London's social scene offered compensations, but also temptations that complicated his personal life. The theatre world provided intellectual stimulation and artistic collaboration, but it also exposed him to relationships and possibilities that couldn't be easily reconciled with his family obligations. The mysterious dark lady of his sonnets, whether real or fictional, represented the kind of passionate connection that his practical marriage had never provided. These relationships, whether consummated or merely imagined, created guilt and longing that enriched his art while complicating his life. The political climate under James I proved both more and less dangerous than under Elizabeth. The new king's fascination with witchcraft and Scottish history provided Shakespeare with material for Macbeth, while his interest in the theatre led to royal patronage that elevated the company's status. However, James's authoritarian tendencies and sensitivity to criticism required playwrights to navigate a more delicate balance between entertainment and sedition. The gunpowder plot of 1605 created an atmosphere of suspicion that made any political commentary potentially dangerous. Shakespeare's response to these pressures was to retreat into increasingly complex artistic visions that satisfied his creative ambitions while maintaining his commercial viability. King Lear, Othello, and Macbeth represented the height of his tragic vision, plays that explored the darkest aspects of human nature while remaining sufficiently removed from contemporary politics to avoid censorship. Yet creating these masterpieces required emotional and psychological resources that left him increasingly drained. The artistic isolation that accompanied his success was perhaps the most difficult burden to bear. As his reputation grew, colleagues began treating him with a deference that made genuine collaboration difficult. Younger writers imitated his style rather than challenging his ideas, and actors sought his approval rather than offering creative input. The lonely authority of acknowledged mastery was replacing the collaborative spirit that had made theatre exciting. Recognition of his genius, while gratifying, also brought unwanted attention to his personal life and background. Critics questioned his education, scholars debated his sources, and rivals attacked his humble origins. Every aspect of his biography was scrutinised for evidence that might explain or diminish his achievements. The privacy he had once taken for granted became a luxury that his fame had permanently destroyed. Shakespeare, having written approximately 37 plays, gained widespread recognition as the greatest English dramatist of his generation by the year 1610. This recognition, however, came with the peculiar burden that haunts all artists who achieve legendary status during their lifetime: the impossible pressure to surpass their own previous achievements while maintaining the very qualities that made those achievements possible. Each new work was inevitably compared not just to contemporary competitors, but to his own masterpieces, creating a critical standard that grew more demanding with every success. The physical strain of continuous writing started to wear him out. Creating 2 plays annually, while maintaining his acting responsibilities and managing his business interests, required an output that would exhaust writers half his age. Once flowing with natural ease, the composition process became increasingly laborious as he struggled to find fresh approaches to familiar themes. The well of inspiration that had seemed inexhaustible during his 30s began showing signs of depletion as he approached 50. His later plays, The Winter's Tale, Cymbeline, and The Tempest, reflected this creative fatigue while simultaneously representing new artistic directions. These works, often called romances, combined elements of comedy and tragedy in ways that suggested either experimental boldness or diminished certainty about dramatic form. Contemporary audiences, expecting the clear generic boundaries of his earlier work, often responded with confusion rather than appreciation. Critics debated whether these plays represented artistic evolution or decline, a question that would persist for centuries. The relationship with his acting company grew increasingly complicated as younger performers and writers challenged his authority. The Lord Chamberlain's Men, renamed the King's Men under James I, had evolved from a collaborative enterprise into an institution where Shakespeare's preferences carried disproportionate weight. This power, while professionally advantageous, isolated him from the creative friction that had previously stimulated his best work. Collaboration became consultation, discussion became deference, and the democratic chaos of theatrical creation was replaced by the ordered but sterile hierarchy of established success. Personal relationships suffered under the weight of his public persona. Friends approached him differently, aware that casual conversation might later appear in his plays. Enemies multiplied as his success created resentment among those who felt overlooked or undervalued. Even his closest relationships became complicated by awareness of his fame and the potential benefits or dangers of association with him. The spontaneous human connections that had once nourished his understanding of character became increasingly artificial and self-conscious. The question of retirement began haunting his thoughts with growing insistence. Unlike modern artists who can live comfortably on royalties and residuals, Elizabethan playwrights earned money only through continued productivity. Stopping work meant accepting financial decline, yet continuing work was becoming increasingly difficult both physically and creatively. The prospect of returning permanently to Stratford offered rest and family reconciliation, but also threatened the artistic stimulation that had become essential to his identity. His health, never robust, began showing the effects of decades of London living. His constitution had suffered due to the city's polluted air, contaminated water, and periodic plague outbreaks. Contemporary medical knowledge offered little beyond bloodletting and herbal remedies, while the stress of constant productivity exacerbated whatever underlying conditions were developing. He began experiencing symptoms that modern doctors might recognise as heart disease or diabetes, but that Elizabethan physicians could neither diagnose nor treat effectively. The irony of his situation was exquisite. Having achieved everything he had dreamed of as a young man in Stratford, he found that success had created new forms of suffering that obscurity had never threatened. Fame brought scrutiny, wealth brought anxiety, artistic achievement brought creative pressure, and recognition brought isolation. The provincial boy who had fled Stratford to escape limitations discovered that success created different but equally confining constraints. His final complete play, The Tempest, served as both artistic summation and personal farewell to the theatrical world that had defined his adult life. Prospero's renunciation of magic seemed to mirror Shakespeare's own preparation for retirement from the stage, while the play's themes of forgiveness and reconciliation suggested his growing desire to resolve the conflicts that had shaped his career. The famous epilogue, asking the audience for their applause to set the magician free, carried obvious autobiographical resonance for a playwright contemplating his own liberation from the demands of public performance. William Shakespeare's return to Stratford in 1613 should have represented triumph, the provincial boy made good, coming home to enjoy the fruits of unprecedented literary success. Instead, it marked the beginning of his final act, a period marked by declining health, family tensions, and the peculiar melancholy that often accompanies the achievement of one's deepest ambitions. The man who had conquered London's theatrical world found himself struggling with questions that success couldn't answer and fame couldn't resolve. New Place, the grand house he had purchased to symbolise his risen status, felt more like a museum than a home. The rooms echoed with the absence of shared memories, their elegance a constant reminder of the years he'd spent away from those he was supposed to love most. Anne, now in her late 50s, had grown into a formidable household manager who ran their domestic affairs with efficient independence. The marriage that had begun with passion and continued through financial necessity had evolved into a polite arrangement between virtual strangers who happened to share a legal bond and 2 surviving daughters. His daughters, Susanna and Judith, represented both his greatest joy and his deepest disappointment. Susanna, the elder, had married well and produced the granddaughter who might carry forward something of his legacy. However, his awareness that female descendants couldn't preserve family names or inherit theatrical companies in their society complicated this comfort. Judith, who remained unmarried well into spinsterhood by Elizabethan standards, seemed to regard her famous father with a mixture of pride and resentment that he could never fully understand. His reputation followed him to Stratford, akin to a faithful yet burdensome dog. Visitors arrived regularly, seeking audiences with England's greatest playwright, turning his retirement into a series of performances that exhausted him more than his professional obligations ever had. Local dignitaries who had once ignored the Glover's son now competed for his attention and approval. The transformation from local boy to returning celebrity created a social dynamic that satisfied no one completely, least of all Shakespeare himself. His final collaborations with John Fletcher on Henry VIII and The Two Noble Kinsmen suggested both his ongoing creative vitality and his growing awareness of artistic mortality. Working with a younger playwright forced him to confront changes in theatrical taste and technique that his own work had helped inspire. Fletcher represented the next generation of dramatists who had learned from Shakespeare's innovations while developing their own approaches to character and language. The collaboration was professionally successful but personally difficult, reminding Shakespeare that even his artistic authority was ultimately temporary. The legal complications surrounding his will revealed the complex web of relationships and resentments that success had created. Decisions about property distribution became tests of family loyalty and social obligation. The famous bequest of his second-best bed to Anne has puzzled scholars for centuries, but it perfectly captured the mixture of affection, duty and distance that characterized their long partnership. Whether intended as insult or intimate gesture, the legacy reflected the ambiguous nature of their relationship and the impossibility of reducing complex human connections to simple legal formulas. His health deteriorated rapidly during the winter of 1615 to 1616, though the exact nature of his illness remains mysterious. Contemporary accounts suggest fever and weakness, symptoms that could indicate anything from influenza to heart disease to the various infections that regularly claimed Elizabethan lives. Modern medical speculation has proposed everything from syphilis to brain tumours, but the diagnosis matters less than the irony of England's greatest writer dying, while still at the height of his creative powers. The final weeks brought visitors seeking wisdom, benedictions, or simply the bragging rights of having spoken with the famous playwright. Shakespeare received them with diminishing energy but characteristic grace, offering insights into his craft while carefully avoiding the kind of personal revelations that might compromise his meticulously constructed public image. Even approaching death, he remained conscious of his reputation and concerned about how his legacy would be interpreted by future generations. He died on April the 23rd, 1616, possibly on his 52nd birthday, though Elizabethan record-keeping makes precise dating impossible. The date itself appeared appropriate for a man whose life had been characterised by dramatic timing and poetic coincidence. His passing prompted immediate elegies from fellow writers who recognised that English literature had lost its greatest practitioner, while also creating space for new voices to emerge from his enormous shadow. The inscription on his tomb in Stratford's Holy Trinity Church, "Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here," reflected his final concern about privacy and posthumous dignity. The curse against grave robbers, whether composed by Shakespeare himself or by someone who knew his fears, proved remarkably effective. His remains stayed undisturbed while his reputation grew to proportions that would have astonished and possibly horrified the man who had simply wanted to write good plays and support his family. The true tragedy of William Shakespeare's life wasn't that he failed to achieve his dreams, but that achieving them revealed how insufficient even the greatest success could be when measured against human longing for connection, understanding and lasting meaning. He became immortal through his words while remaining painfully mortal in his need for love, recognition, and the simple satisfactions of domestic happiness. His genius elevated him above his contemporaries while isolating him from the very human experiences that had inspired his greatest works. In the end, Shakespeare's life embodied the central paradox of artistic achievement. The qualities that made him a brilliant writer, sensitivity, imagination, emotional depth, and intellectual curiosity, also made ordinary life extraordinarily difficult. He achieved success beyond all reasonable expectations, yet the consequences of his success haunted him. His plays have outlived the civilization that produced them, but the man who wrote them, Shakespeare, experienced the same struggles with love, death, ambition, and disappointment that define human experience across all centuries. The boy from Stratford, who dreamed of escaping provincial limitations, succeeded beyond his wildest imagination, only to discover that success created its own forms of imprisonment. His victory over obscurity was complete, but the triumph, as his tragedies consistently demonstrated, often proves indistinguishable from defeat. William Shakespeare achieved his aspirations and discovered, regrettably, that achieving what he desired often marked the beginning rather than the conclusion of life's most challenging issues. Perhaps that's why his works continue to resonate. Not because he found answers to life's essential questions, but because he lived those questions so completely that his art became an eternal meditation on the beautiful impossibility of human satisfaction. He sucked at being William Shakespeare precisely because he turned out to be humanly impossible, and in that impossibility, he created something genuinely immortal. So why did it suck to be William Shakespeare? Start by writing by candlelight while the ink is drying and the plague is spreading. His quills broke more frequently than his metaphors, and critics were less constructive and more shout from the street and throw a tomato. Sure, we remember the bard for his sonnets and soliloquies, but let's not overlook the hardships he faced. Unfavourable weather conditions, inadequate remuneration, and a significant number of actors who likely missed their cues. Writing the words was hard enough. Ensuring that no one stole them was a whole different tragedy. It's a different kind of tragedy altogether. If your thoughts are still swirling, that's okay. No one's asking you to write the next Hamlet tonight. We are here to help you overcome your insomnia by sharing other stories, both old and new, in case this one was insufficient. Now, let the ink dry, let the curtain fall, and let the night whisper quietly over your dreams. I'll be here, by the fire, sipping tea and trying not to worry about iambic pentameter. Sleep well, my friends, and as always, sweet dreams and good night. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips. Nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, the British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon. Managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions. But economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognising the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganized force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realized that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticized notion of the Continental Army's underdog valor, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathizers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticised, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power. Yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the quasi-war at sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognised the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens, and though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own, a radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686, a clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his Safe Haven Abroad, Bayle wrote a sceptical historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bayle's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the monopoly of church and crown on truth was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat, allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages. Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy, all were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophy was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilising minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now, they were still whispered. But the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar, typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here, Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet-Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance, the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Dudefand, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julia de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candlelit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. A good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior, the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. But Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the Encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher Société Typographique de Neuchâtel transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work History of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. Pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials, like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A prison kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature, and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. "One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours," he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolised a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticate of culture. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the Revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, rival philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of D'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution. Aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, they received brief eulogies as if they had been complementary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 metres, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometres away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolised the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, been erased or scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The pouf made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had the electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist, and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defence against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognising that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Regime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently, and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the aged Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's "Écraser l'infâme," crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Religieux superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery, and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown's Vendôme censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Religieux superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spun, censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers, and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman Marquis de Condorcet, died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the revolution's violent, illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like de Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Quenelle rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism, ironically, a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The Revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes unfairly responsible for the Revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the declaration of rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticized it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasises a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realised that Enlightenment would be a long-term tense project. Thus the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story: salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history. Eleanor Roosevelt's name evokes images of a dignified First Lady, championing human rights and redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era marked by hushed assumptions about what women could and should do. and her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was no predictable progression. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11th, 1884, she entered a family steeped in prestige, but also riddled with private heartbreak. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was renowned for beauty and social graces, while her father, Elliott Roosevelt, was the charismatic but troubled younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some narratives cast her parents in stark contrasts: her mother's aloof manner, her father's erratic behaviour. Yet Eleanor recalled them both with a child's longing, craving acceptance. Her mother's criticisms of her looks haunted her, and her father's struggles with alcohol often overshadowed his tender devotion. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's earliest perceptions of self-worth. By age 10, she had lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father, long embroiled in personal turmoil, passed away 2 years later. Left without their protective presence, Eleanor moved in with relatives who maintained the typical decorum of New York high society. She was a timid child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness perplexing. She found some solace in reading, stories of daring heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on conventional decorum with the hope that Eleanor would bloom into a proper debutante. Instead, the girl quietly internalized a sense of duty and self-consciousness. She learned how to host teas and navigate social niceties, but she also developed an inner resolve. The gulf between the confident girls around her and her insecurities never fully disappeared, but she forged a methodical approach to self-improvement. At age 15, she was shipped to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school outside London. There, under the guidance of Marie Souvestre, an educator known for fostering independent thought, Eleanor found a nurturing environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Souvestre saw potential in her seriousness and urged her to speak her mind. Gone were the constraints of superficial society gatherings. Instead, classes focused on world affairs, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor travelled across Europe, absorbing cultural differences, forging friendships, and learning to question assumptions. The timid girl from New York high society was awakening to the world's complexity. Returning to the United States at age 18, she struggled to reacclimate to the rigid expectations of debutante life. Gowns, balls, and polite suitors filled her schedule, yet she yearned for deeper substance. Family members urged her to embrace tradition, marry well, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with appropriate decorum. Internally, she felt her convictions hardening. There was a broader realm where she might be of use. She began volunteering in settlement houses, encountering immigrants grappling with poverty and discrimination. It was her first intimate brush with social injustice. Around this time, she reconnected with her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a dashing young man set on a political career. Their shared family name and ties to Theodore Roosevelt added a certain inevitability to their courtship. Yet their bond was more complex than a convenient match. Franklin admired her seriousness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised adventure. Despite concerns from his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, gave away the bride, an event that overshadowed the couple's day with national headlines. Early married life plunged Eleanor into the complexities of the extended Roosevelt clan, dominated by Sarah's strict ideas about household and social status. As she bore children, eventually 6, one dying in infancy, Eleanor struggled to maintain her identity. She discovered that her new role often felt like a performance. The shy orphan recast as the society hostess and dutiful political wife. Yet beneath the formalities, she was observing, learning, and quietly resolving to find her voice. Her childhood taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage would teach her to navigate duty and compromise. By her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt stood at a crossroads, respectable wife in a prominent family, yet privately aware of how little she truly belonged to herself. She'd endured tragedy and internalized criticism, and now balanced motherhood with a sense that she was meant for more. As her husband's political ambitions gathered momentum, she would face new tests of resilience and discover just how profound her influence could become. In her first years of married life, Eleanor Roosevelt found her space and autonomy overshadowed by the imposing figure of her mother-in-law, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah managed the household finances and even designed adjoining living quarters so she could oversee Eleanor's management of the children. This arrangement stifled Eleanor's independence, leaving her feeling perpetually monitored. Franklin seemed comfortable with his mother's involvement, and this tacit acceptance further isolated Eleanor. Nevertheless, she made the best of her circumstances. She immersed herself in child-rearing, determined that her children would experience a warmth she had too often lacked. Simultaneously, she sought outlets for her curiosity about social issues, volunteering for the Junior League. She assisted in settlement work on Manhattan's Lower East Side, coming face to face with poverty and labour injustices. Observing the hardships of immigrant families, Eleanor recognised the stark gap between her privileged circle and those struggling at America's margins. Around 1910, Franklin's political career began. Elected to the New York State Senate, he moved the family to Albany. Though still reluctant to step into the public spotlight, Eleanor gleaned insights into legislative processes and networking. She watched as lawmakers engaged in negotiations, formed alliances, and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. At social gatherings, she was the dutiful wife, exchanging pleasantries while quietly absorbing the undercurrents of power. Her vantage point revealed a system in dire need of empathetic leadership. Tragedy soon intervened. In 1912, Eleanor's world was rocked when her eldest daughter, Anna, nearly died of illness. Shortly thereafter, she endured her health scares and a complicated birth. The precariousness of life, combined with the relentless swirl of political obligations, frayed her nerves. Sarah's hovering presence exacerbated tensions, yet adversity stirred in Eleanor a growing resolve. She ventured beyond polite tea-room talk, forging links with progressive women seeking to address glaring social inequities. She admired activists who battled for child labour laws and workplace safety reforms. By 1913, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President Woodrow Wilson, prompting a move to Washington, D.C. The capital's elite social scene revolved around formal receptions and ranking protocols, neither of which thrilled Eleanor. Still, she recognised the city as a crucible of national decision-making. She developed friendships with progressive-minded officials and activists, exchanging ideas about wages, education, and women's suffrage. World War I broke out in 1914, drawing America in by 1917. Washington became a hive of wartime mobilization. Hospitals overflowed, and soldiers returned with devastating injuries. Eleanor volunteered at the Red Cross canteens and naval hospitals, an experience that brought her face to face with war's human toll. She found it impossible to return to trivial chatter at lavish parties after seeing wounded veterans struggle to rebuild their lives. Even as she navigated demands for appearances by Franklin's side, she yearned to channel her growing empathy into concrete action. Meanwhile, her personal life took a shocking turn. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's romantic letters to Lucy Mercer, her social secretary. A betrayal rocked Eleanor's foundations. She confronted her husband, and while divorce was considered, Sarah Roosevelt threatened to cut off financial support. The scandal never fully reached the public ear, but it jolted Eleanor into rethinking her marriage. Although she remained married, the emotional bond between them changed. She began cultivating her identity separate from him, forging alliances and friendships that didn't revolve solely around Franklin's ambitions. As the war ended, Washington shifted back to peacetime routines. The Roosevelts returned to New York, where Franklin resumed his political climb. However, Eleanor's worldview had expanded. No longer content to linger in the background, she immersed herself in political clubs, particularly the League of Women Voters and the new Women's Trade Union League. She devoured reports on social conditions, labour rights, and civil liberties. She overcame her shyness when speaking in public, fueled by the conviction that she had something to contribute. This evolution coincided with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. Energised by this milestone, Eleanor campaigned for Franklin when he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate that same year. Though they lost, the experience broadened her political network. She saw how campaigns were orchestrated, how messages were spun, and most importantly, how public opinion could be swayed toward progressive ideals if approached with authenticity. By the early 1920s, Eleanor Roosevelt had traversed heartbreak, war volunteerism, and political initiation. She had begun forging her path, shaped by the direct encounters with suffering and by her growing circle of reform-minded peers. Her marriage, once the axis of her existence, now became just one facet of a broader calling. As she discovered, adversity often planted the seeds of purpose. The once quiet, shy girl, now determined to stand on her own terms, guided by a conscience that refused to stay silent, was emerging. The 1920s brought both hardship and opportunity to Eleanor Roosevelt. Franklin's political career stalled when he lost the vice presidential race in 1920, but his future seemed boundless until polio struck him in 1921. That summer, during a vacation in Campobello, he suddenly found himself paralysed from the waist down. Doctors offered little hope for complete recovery. The family rallied, yet the crisis triggered another shift in Eleanor's life. Overnight, she transformed into Franklin's indispensable ally, juggling therapy regimens, household logistics, and public relations. Many within the Roosevelt clan believed Franklin's political days were over. Sarah Delano Roosevelt pressed him to retire quietly, but Eleanor discerned that relinquishing his ambitions would crush his spirit. She supported his determination to regain mobility, helping him navigate new routines. She also shouldered tasks Franklin previously handled, from correspondence to scheduling. Suddenly, she was more than a supportive spouse. She was a gatekeeper, an intermediary, and an architect of her husband's comeback. Her own organisational skills flourished. She managed Franklin's affairs and dedicated time to committees that advanced her interests. She joined the Women's Division of the New York State Democratic Committee, recruiting women voters and championing issues that aligned with social reforms. This dual role, family caretaker and political operator, displayed an emerging confidence. She shed the last vestiges of social timidity, speaking at rallies and forging alliances with party leaders. While some ridiculed her for lacking classic oratory flair, others appreciated her sincerity. In 1924, Franklin ventured back into politics by supporting Al Smith for the position of governor of New York. Behind the scenes, Eleanor arranged events, wrote letters, and networked on his behalf. She began to see how her initiatives merged with broader political machinery. The Women's City Club and the League of Women Voters offered her platforms to discuss labour issues and child welfare. Her voice carried an authenticity rooted in hands-on experience, and she found an audience eager for that perspective. Yet her personal journey wasn't all smooth. Living under the same roof as Sarah, she faced constant friction about how to manage Franklin's care. Moreover, echoes of the Lucy Mercer affair lingered, complicating the emotional bond with her husband. Their marriage, though stable in outward appearance, evolved into more of a partnership than a traditional romance. Trusted friends, such as journalist Lorena Hickok, entered her life, providing emotional support. Speculation about the nature of these friendships arose later, but at the time they served as lifelines, anchoring Eleanor's sense of self-worth. As Franklin's mobility improved incrementally, supported by crutches, braces, and daily exercises, his political aspirations reignited. He ran for governor of New York in 1928 and won. Suddenly, Eleanor had to navigate her new role as the governor's wife. She disliked the ceremonials of the executive mansion in Albany, but she saw an avenue to shape policy from within. She was no longer content with simply greeting dignitaries at receptions. Instead, she turned the governor's residence into a meeting point for activists and policymakers. Under her watch, progressive agendas on labour laws and social welfare found an informal forum. Meanwhile, she continued building her own reputation. She wrote articles for women's magazines, pushing readers to engage in civic matters. In one piece, she insisted that the success of democracy depended on informed citizens, especially newly enfranchised women. Her writing style was direct and personal, resonating with readers tired of lofty rhetoric. Critically, she believed that compassion and practical solutions, not empty slogans, made politics meaningful. By the close of the 1920s, the Roosevelts had become a formidable team. Franklin's charismatic optimism drew public admiration, while Eleanor's growing expertise on social issues injected substance into his political image. The 1929 stock market crash sent the nation reeling, intensifying scrutiny of leaders' efforts to alleviate economic despair. As governor, Franklin grappled with relief measures for the unemployed. Eleanor, for her part, travelled the state, visiting factories, tenements, and rural communities to assess problems firsthand. Her dispatches back to Albany shaped policy debates, ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens didn't get lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. It was during this period that Eleanor solidified her belief in the potential of government to uplift the vulnerable. While critics accused her of meddling in affairs beyond a spouse's domain, she brushed off the barbs. If democracy was to thrive, she reasoned, it needed more than figureheads. It needed informed advocates willing to engage directly with citizens' struggles. As the 1932 presidential election approached, Franklin emerged as the Democratic frontrunner. With the Great Depression tightening its grip, Americans craved leadership that promised hope and decisive action. Eleanor steeled herself for the next stage. Little did she know, the White House would offer an even broader platform, yet also test her capacity to balance public influence with private conviction. When Franklin D. Roosevelt won the 1932 presidential election, America was in the throes of the Great Depression. Lines for bread and soup stretched across city blocks, farms were foreclosed, and unemployment soared. Millions looked to the incoming president for salvation. Amid the frenzied national attention, Eleanor Roosevelt stepped into the role of First Lady with an approach that defied convention. Rather than focusing on high society receptions, she resolved to become the eyes and ears of the administration, travelling extensively to gauge people's realities. From the onset, she carved out an unprecedented public profile. She held weekly press conferences for female reporters, ensuring that women in journalism retained access to the political heart of the nation. This move sparked controversy. No First Lady had ever done something so openly proactive. Critics labelled her a meddler, but Eleanor persisted, explaining that women's voices deserved inclusion in national discourse. She believed that an administration ignoring half the population's perspective was doomed to fail. She also launched a syndicated newspaper column, My Day. In it, she chronicled her observations on policy, social conditions, and even personal reflections. While some columns offered daily glimpses into her travels or family life, others pushed readers to consider labour issues, civil rights, and youth programmes. The column garnered a massive following. Americans, especially women, found an advocate in the White House who spoke plainly about societal injustices. Detractors howled about an overstepping spouse. But she refused to cede the platform. Her pen became a conduit for the unheard. Meanwhile, the Roosevelt administration rolled out the New Deal, an array of programs aimed at relief, recovery, and reform. While Franklin handled the sweeping political maneuvers, Eleanor visited factories, slums, and rural backwaters, reporting her findings back to him and other officials. Her input influenced initiatives like the National Youth Administration, which provided jobs and education for young people. Eleanor believed that social welfare wasn't about handouts, but about giving people the tools to regain dignity. She pressed agencies to ensure these programs reached women, minorities, and rural families often sidelined in bureaucratic distribution. Her activism caught attention outside Washington. Labour leaders praised her empathy, while some conservatives accused her of championing socialism. Unions, especially the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, saw her as an ally willing to bring workers' grievances to her husband's ear. Civil rights groups, led by African-American leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, found in Eleanor a rare White House ally who would openly address racial injustice. She famously defied segregation norms in 1938 by sitting in the middle aisle between black and white delegates at a Southern conference. Critics deemed it a publicity stunt, but for many African Americans, it was a symbolic stand by someone in power. In private, though, she battled frustration and loneliness. Franklin's polio limited his mobility, and the relentless demands of the presidency deepened the emotional gulf between them. The White House brimmed with staff and visitors, leaving little time for introspection. She relied on friendships with women like Lorena Hickok, who provided an emotional outlet she rarely found in her marriage. Historians later scrutinized these relationships, but at the time they served as islands of understanding and affection in a sea of political chaos. Despite the strain, Eleanor recognized her unique influence. She championed the arts through projects under the Works Progress Administration. Believing creativity spurred hope. She publicly supported progressive women in office, including Secretary of Labour Frances Perkins, the first woman to hold a US cabinet position. In doing so, she advanced the notion that women could excel in governance. Skeptics sneered at the idea of female leadership, but Eleanor's calm assurance, backed by real accomplishments, countered their doubts. She also found herself entangled in controversies around housing reforms, rural electrification, and migrant labour camps. In each case, Her approach was consistent: travel to the sites, talk to affected families, and push her husband's advisors to craft solutions. If she couldn't persuade through formal channels, she sometimes appealed directly to the public through her column or radio addresses. She skillfully balanced between being a supportive First Lady and being an independent political actor. By the late 1930s, the Roosevelt administration confronted new challenges: fascism rising in Europe and a still wobbly economy at home. Through it all, Eleanor's schedule remained relentless. She believed in direct engagement, convinced that a leader unaware of suffering had no moral right to shape policy. Though she never held official office, her council influenced decisions that altered millions of lives. With war clouds gathering overseas, she would soon discover that her role required not just empathy, but a steely resolve to face a global crisis poised to test America's ideals. As the 1930s ended and World War II loomed, Eleanor Roosevelt sensed a shifting global landscape. She saw fascism trampling human rights in Europe and Asia, while America debated isolation versus intervention. Though Franklin initially focused on domestic recovery by 1940, it was clear the nation couldn't ignore international turmoil. Eleanor, never shy about voicing her stance, argued that America's moral responsibility extended beyond its borders. She wrote passionately in My Day, warning readers that democratic values needed defending, lest they perish in the onslaught of tyranny. When Franklin won an unprecedented third term in 1940, the Roosevelts steeled themselves for a tumultuous period. Eleanor accelerated her advocacy for civil rights and women's involvement in war preparedness. With men joining the military, she championed female workers to fill industrial roles. Touring factories, she highlighted the contributions of Rosie the Riveter types, urging Americans to shed old prejudices about a woman's place. Her stance was pragmatic. The nation required every capable hand to beat looming threats. Yet Pearl Harbor's bombing in December 1941 brought war to US soil, igniting frantic mobilization. Eleanor plunged into morale-building efforts, visiting troops, meeting with families of servicemen, and pushing for improved conditions in military camps. Eleanor believed that even small actions, like providing decent food, medical care, and pay, could demonstrate the country's commitment to those who served. Despite the War Department having its structures, her personal visits frequently revealed areas of concern, such as segregated facilities, limited mental health services, or insufficient resources in remote training sites. She penned frank memos to generals and even her husband, demanding improvements. On the home front, war fever sometimes fueled racism. Japanese Americans were forced into internment camps, a policy Eleanor struggled to reconcile with her belief in democratic principles. She quietly lobbied behind the scenes, but her opposition to the policy never gained enough traction to reverse it. Critics later labelled her substance on internment as one of her greatest moral failures. Still, she strove to mitigate conditions by visiting camps and advocating for educational programs inside them, mindful that these efforts fell short of outright justice. Meanwhile, civil rights leaders urged the administration to address discrimination in defense industries. Eleanor became their conduit in the White House. Franklin issued Executive Order 8802, banning racial discrimination in defense contracts, partly due to her persistent urging. Though enforcement was patchy, it set a precedent. She continued her bold stands, like publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen and ensuring African American nurses were integrated into the Army Nurse Corps. Each symbolic action fanned controversy among segregationists, but to her, equality was non-negotiable, especially in a war purportedly fought for freedom. Abroad, Eleanor's reach extended through her goodwill tours. She travelled to Britain and the South Pacific, meeting soldiers and Allied leaders. Her presence was more than ceremonial. She asked probing questions about troop morale, supply lines and local tensions. Often, she cabled back suggestions for improvements. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some in his entourage found her activism unorthodox for a First Lady. She reassured war-weary civilians that American aid wasn't just strategic, it was driven by a genuine commitment to liberty. At home, she confronted a personal heartbreak. Her brother, Hall Roosevelt, struggled with alcoholism, echoing the family's tragic legacy. She tried to arrange support and discreet care, balancing private loyalties with public responsibilities. Her circle of intimate friends provided emotional ballast. Lorena Hickok remained a confidant, though war logistics limited their time together. Through letters, Eleanor confided her exhaustion. admitting that the public's expectations often felt insurmountable. As the conflict raged on, Franklin's health waned. His blood pressure rose and stress weighed heavily. Eleanor stepped in more assertively, bridging gaps in his schedule. She delivered radio addresses championing war bonds, visited hospitals treating wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. Some cynics dismissed her as Madame Do-Good, but many others found solace in a leader unafraid to see suffering firsthand. By 1944, the Allied forces were making significant progress, yet victory seemed a complicated prospect. The war's devastation would require not just triumph over Axis powers, but a blueprint for peace. Eleanor's mind buzzed with questions about refugees, post-war reconstruction, and a reimagined global framework that might prevent future catastrophes. She saw glimpses of a potential role for the United States as a moral leader, though she worried domestic politics might hamper that vision. In the final year of the war, she began hinting that the world needed a robust international body to maintain peace, foreshadowing her eventual pivotal role in the United Nations. Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945, mere weeks before Germany's surrender. The nation mourned a four-term president whose New Deal and wartime leadership had reshaped America. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the loss was both intimate and public. While she and Franklin had forged a practical partnership over the years, she grieved the passing of a companion who, despite all their marital complexities, had walked beside her through monumental transformations. When Harry Truman succeeded to the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique standing. At first, many assumed she would retreat from public life. Instead, she showed no sign of disappearing into widowhood. She considered her husband's death a passing of the baton, a moment demanding continued engagement. The war with Japan still raged, and global politics were in flux. She quietly rebuffed suggestions to retire, stating famously, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, V-Day, victory in Europe, arrived, overshadowed by the looming final battles against Japan. Eleanor immersed herself in relief efforts, focusing on wounded veterans returning from both theatres. She visited hospitals, consoled families, and championed bills aimed at their rehabilitation. While Truman's administration tackled the complexities of forming a post-war order, she used her platform to advocate for a strong, cooperative international community. One of Truman's defining acts was to appoint Eleanor to the first American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Many in Washington questioned the choice. Could a former First Lady, albeit well-travelled, effectively navigate high-stakes diplomacy? Truman saw something others overlooked, her blend of empathy and pragmatism. The appointment signalled a fresh chapter for both the UN and Eleanor. She approached the role with disciplined study, brushing up on parliamentary rules, international law, and economic recovery proposals, attending the UN's early sessions in London and then at Lake Success, New York. She immersed herself in the complexities of post-war negotiations. Nations wrestled with forming stable governments in war-ravaged regions, setting up structures to prevent future conflicts. While seasoned diplomats haggled over boundaries and reparations, Eleanor centered her efforts on human rights. She found common cause with delegates from smaller nations, forging alliances that transcended Cold War lines just beginning to emerge. In 1946, she chaired the newly formed UN Commission on Human Rights. Initially, some delegates saw her as an American figurehead, polite but lacking intellectual heft. They swiftly learned otherwise. She steered discussions with firmness, ensuring smaller nations had their say. She insisted the Commission draft not just broad statements, but actionable principles. This laborious process required reconciling different cultural values, economic realities, and political ideologies. Hours of debate tested her resolve. She found an ally in French philosopher René Cassin, among others, who appreciated her unwavering focus on practical outcomes. The Commission's most famous product, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, emerged as a collaborative masterpiece, though it bore Eleanor's imprint. She reminded delegates that lofty words meant little unless everyday people could understand them. She pushed for language that was clear, universal, and free from legalistic clutter. Late-night sessions often ended with her scribbling revisions by lamplight, fueled by an unshakable belief that each article mattered to someone's dignity. Her experience among the poor and marginalized during the Depression shaped her commitment to ensuring each clause addressed fundamental human needs. Throughout these intense negotiations, she maintained a public speaking schedule, travelling to universities and women's clubs to explain the UN's mission. Detractors at home accused her of naivete, suggesting the Soviet Union's looming power rendered human rights talk meaningless. She countered that precisely because of geopolitical tensions, a moral framework was indispensable. She refused to let cynicism overshadow the potential of collective action. By 1948, the Commission finalised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN General Assembly's adoption of it marked a significant milestone. Though not legally binding, it set a moral standard. Eleanor delivered speeches describing it as a Magna Carta for all mankind, ensuring the public understood it as a tool to uplift the disenfranchised. International media credited her leadership, albeit sometimes grudgingly, as she had shattered prior assumptions about a First Lady's capabilities. In the aftermath, she found little time for rest. The world was shifting into the Cold War era. Economic reconstruction, decolonisation, and ideological battles now defined global relations. Even as she stepped away from the Commission, she continued to serve as a roving ambassador of sorts, championing human rights across continents. Eleanor saw her late husband's passing as an opportunity to forge her own unique legacy, rooted not in being a president's wife, but in shaping international norms at a pivotal moment in history. In the final decade of her life, Eleanor Roosevelt continued as an indefatigable voice for social justice, human rights, and democratic ideals. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, remained her crowning achievement. However, she refused to rest on her past achievements. With the onset of the Cold War, critics claimed the UN's ideals would crumble under superpower rivalry. Eleanor believed otherwise, maintaining that shared principles could mitigate conflict, even if progress unfolded slowly. She returned to private citizenship in 1953, but stayed active in public discourse. Writing, lecturing, and advocating, she championed civil rights at home. When African American students integrated previously all-white schools under court orders, she lent moral support, reminding Americans that equality was part of their national fabric. Her columns remained unflinching, calling out racism, poverty, and the complacency of those who benefited from the status quo. Some saw her as anachronistic, others discovered in her words a beacon for an America struggling to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network still included political heavyweights, enabling her to press for reforms behind the scenes. She served under President John F. Kennedy as chair of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, established in 1961. At an age when many retire, Eleanor dissected legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers hindering women. She demanded data, case studies, and policy recommendations, aiming to transform rhetoric into tangible steps. That the Commission's final report spurred legislative changes underscored her ability to channel moral vision into legal frameworks. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, she travelled the globe. Invitations poured in from countries wanting to meet the woman behind the Declaration of Human Rights. In India, she walked through villages discussing rural development. In Israel, she marvelled at kibbutz communities. In Africa, she observed newly independent nations grappling with post-colonial reconstruction. Where American ambassadors might exude formality, Eleanor embraced dialogues with everyday people. She returned from each journey energized, writing extensive notes for policymakers, cautioning against condescending attitudes toward emerging nations. Her willingness to learn from other cultures became a hallmark of her diplomacy. Time and again, she confronted critics who branded her a busybody. She was neither a scholar nor a government official. Why should she meddle in foreign or domestic affairs? She answered that democracy was every citizen's business, and moral responsibility didn't vanish with the end of official appointments. Observers noted that her brand of activism hinged on practical empathy, nurtured from her earliest volunteer days. Whether lecturing at a university or chatting with a rural cooperative, she asked questions and listened. Her convictions were firm, yet she respected the complexity of local struggles. She also mentored rising figures, both men and women, urging them to wield compassion as a strength, not a weakness. From civil rights activists in the American South to young diplomats in the UN, she encouraged them to merge policy with humanity. People she mentored often recalled her direct manner, no idle flattery, just pointed questions that forced them to clarify their own beliefs. Rarely did she scold in public, but in private, she offered candid criticisms designed to sharpen strategies. As her health began to decline in the early 1960s, she scaled back her demanding itinerary, though not her convictions. President Kennedy valued her counsel on international relations and domestic policy. She remained a fixture in press interviews, her voice steady even if her physical stamina waned. She firmly believed in transferring the responsibility to the next generation. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds planted by the Universal Declaration would bear fruit, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully embrace the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7th, 1962. Tributes poured in from heads of state and ordinary citizens alike. Many lauded her as the First Lady of the World, a title first coined in recognition of her global humanitarian work. Over the coming years, her legacy would be revisited by historians, feminists, diplomats, and human rights advocates. Unlike fleeting political personalities, she left a lasting moral imprint that transcended partisanship and geography. Today, her words still resonate. Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home. Her famous advocacy statement encapsulates the essence of her life. She believed real change took root in neighbourhoods, schools, and local governments, only then scaling up to national and international levels. Born into privilege, she grew into a figure who championed the powerless. Overcoming shyness and heartbreak, she constructed a role for herself that few imagined possible. And in that process, she altered the global dialogue on rights, dignity, and what it means to serve humanity. Known to history as Musa I of Mali, came to power under circumstances that were both intriguing and obscured by time. Born around the late 13th century, he belonged to a lineage of rulers who guided the Mali Empire, a realm spanning parts of modern-day Guinea, Senegal, Mauritania, and Mali. Although tales often highlight his legendary wealth, Musa's rise rested on a political context shaped by earlier sovereigns, most notably his predecessor, Abubakar II. Oral traditions hint that Abubakar ventured west across the Atlantic, entrusting the throne to Musa as deputy. When the predecessor did not return, Musa ascended to rule. At that moment in West Africa's history, the Mali Empire thrived by controlling critical trade routes. Caravans carried gold, salt, ivory, and other goods across the Sahara, linking sub-Saharan societies with North African ports. Musa inherited an economic apparatus that already possessed riches, but his strategic leadership pushed that wealth and influence to unprecedented heights. Diplomatic ties with Berber traders in the north and with local chieftains to the south formed the scaffolding upon which his reign prospered. Yet Mansa Musa did not simply rely on inherited resources. Evidence suggests he restructured tax collection, ensuring caravans crossing his lands contributed fees. He appointed local governors, termed farbas, to maintain order, standardise trade practices, and quell rebellions. These farbas reported directly to the crown. While some African polities operated via loose confederations of tribes, Musa strove for a more centralised administration. The impetus for unity was both political and religious. By the early 14th century, Islam had become a unifying thread among the empire's elites, with mosques and Quranic schools growing in major towns like Timbuktu and Gao. Intriguingly, Mansa Musa's childhood rarely appears in official records. Griots, or court bards, mention him as a diligent youth who studied theology and statesmanship from travelling clerics. Possibly, he absorbed knowledge from trans-Saharan traders who recounted stories of Maghrebi courts and Middle Eastern wonders. This worldview expansion might have sparked his determination to place Mali on par with famed Islamic centres such as Cairo or Mecca. Later, his philanthropic acts would hint at an enduring desire to earn respect among the broader Islamic sphere. During Musa's early years as Mansa, he faced local errors near the fringes of the empire. Some provinces tested his authority, hoping he might prove less formidable than past kings. Instead, he dispatched well-trained cavalry to reaffirm Mali's dominance. The empire's cavalry, famed for their agility, utilised horses bred in the savannas. Coupled with archers who fired poison-tipped arrows, they efficiently subdued rebellious enclaves. Such campaigns, while overshadowed by later peaceful achievements, set the stage for a stable realm. Timbuktu, a small but strategically situated settlement, benefited from Musa's consolidation efforts. He recognised that controlling Timbuktu meant controlling a confluence of river transport, desert caravans, and fishing communities. Over time, the city would bloom into a learning centre, with an influx of scholars and artisans. Early in his reign, Musa allocated funds to fortify the town's walls, establish improved storage for trade goods, and encourage visiting scholars from across North Africa. This policy laid the groundwork for Timbuktu's future golden era. Though rarely described in immediate detail, Mansa Musa's personal style likely displayed both regal bearing and approachability. Unlike some rulers who cloistered themselves in grand palaces, he purportedly listened to grievances from merchants, travellers, and local notables. Diplomatic sources from North Africa record how visiting envoys found Mali's court refreshingly open, though still anchored in an elaborate protocol. Musa's readiness to incorporate outside ideas, especially from the Islamic heartlands, broadened the empire's cultural horizon. However, Musa's greatest fame had not yet blossomed. Musa's greatest fame was yet to blossom. While local West African circles recognised Musa's leadership, the broader Islamic world and, in time, even distant Europe would only learn his name after his spectacular pilgrimage to Mecca. That journey, or Hajj, showcased both the empire's wealth and Musa's personal devotion. It would transform him into a near legendary figure whose gold-laden caravans dazzled every city along the route. This pilgrimage provided glimpses of a man who balanced religious piety with an almost theatrical display of power. Thus, by the early 1320s, Mansa Musa had established a stable domain, subdued pockets of resistance, invested in commerce, and forged diplomatic ties. Mansa Musa set the stage for an event that would firmly establish him on the map of the medieval world. Neither Mali nor the Islamic realms would be quite the same after his caravans traversed the sands, sowing tales of a West African empire brimming with gold and governed by a ruler whose name would echo through centuries. Historians debate the exact date Mansa Musa embarked on his renowned pilgrimage, but a commonly cited time frame is the early 1320s to somewhere between 1324 and 25. This journey was far from spontaneous. Preparations likely spanned months, if not years, given the massive scale of his entourage. Musa intended not just to fulfill a religious obligation, but to make a statement. Mali was no mere frontier kingdom, and its ruler possessed the means to rank among the wealthiest, most pious monarchs of the Islamic world. Contemporary chronicles, notably those by North African scholar Ibn Khaldun and traveller Ibn Battuta, though Battuta himself visited Mali after Musa's reign, describe the pilgrimage in sensational terms. They mention caravans with thousands of attendants. Some accounts claim as many as 60,000. Camels laden with gold dust, embroidered fabrics, and provisions for the trek snaked across the Sahel. Sub-Saharan Africa had long provided a major chunk of the global gold supply, and Mansa Musa's baggage train exemplified that wealth. He brought not only lumps of raw gold but also minted gold coins, an unusual measure since the region often traded in dust and ingots. Additionally, Mansa Musa's travelling retinue included slaves dressed in fine silks, scribes to document events, reciters of the Quran for spiritual ambiance, and a range of advisors. Some historians caution that the numbers might be inflated by storytellers, yet even if the actual group was smaller, the effect on onlookers would have been overwhelming. The pilgrimage route took them northward through the Sahara, passing through famed salt mines around Takaza, then pivoting east to reach the bustling city of Tuat, or perhaps the legendary Sijil Masa oasis. In each settlement, rumours spread of the Malian monarch dispensing gold with an almost casual generosity. Crucially, Mansa Musa's distribution of wealth was part religious almsgiving, part diplomatic manoeuvre. Almsgiving, zakat, was a pillar of Islam, and Musa's piety motivated lavish gifts to local mosques and the needy. Yet distributing gold also garnered awe, forging ties with local rulers who might reciprocate with safe passage or future alliances. Unsurprisingly, this sudden influx of gold depressed local gold values in places like Cairo for years, an unintended consequence of a philanthropic spree. Egyptian records note how Mansa Musa's arrival in 24 caused gold's price to plummet, prompting economic ripples that historians still marvel at. Upon reaching Cairo, Musa's presence turned heads at the court of Sultan al-Malik al-Nasir. The initial protocol demanded that a visiting monarch greet the Sultan in a manner reflecting subservience. Some accounts claim Musa initially refused to bow, insisting that only to God would he prostrate. In the end, a diplomatic compromise was reached, perhaps involving a respectful but not fully subservient gesture. This minor standoff underscores Musa's pride in Mali's sovereignty, an approach that still balanced courtesy and tradition. While in Cairo, Musa's spending soared. He commissioned architectural help, hired skilled artisans, and purchased books. He conversed with leading Islamic scholars, reflecting a keen interest in theology and jurisprudence. Some Egyptian scribes chronicled the moment: a black African king, regal in bearing, engaged in deep religious discourse, all while dispensing gold coins to beggars outside. Word of his generosity quickly spread, captivating the imagination of distant courts. Europe, though largely ignorant of sub-Saharan polities, would soon learn of an African monarch with legendary fortunes. Resuming the pilgrimage, Mansa Musa continued on toward the Hejaz region of Arabia. In Mecca, the central holy city, he joined countless worshippers for the Hajj rituals, circling the Kaaba, praying on the plains of Arafat, and partaking in the symbolic stoning of the devil. The distance to Mecca was nearly insurmountable for many West Africans. Musa's success in completing the journey signalled extraordinary resolve and resources. He also spent time in Medina, paying respects at the Prophet's mosque. On the return leg, the caravans again wove across North Africa. This time the Malian treasury's gold reserves had thinned somewhat, owing to continuous largesse. Legend has it that to stabilise local markets, Mansa Musa borrowed gold from moneylenders in Cairo at interest rates. These actions ironically introduced him to the concept of currency manipulation. The transaction highlights that, for all his generosity, the intricacies of Mediterranean economics demanded caution. He never wavered in bestowing lavish gifts to those who hosted him along the route. By the time Mansa Musa reappeared in Mali, an aura of near mythic grandeur surrounded him. The pilgrimage had rebranded the empire from a peripheral kingdom to a recognised node in the Islamic world. He brought back not only architectural knowledge, but also new legal insights and spiritual fervour. Foreign scribes recounted tales of an African monarchy able to shape gold markets. That singular journey would define Musa's reign in global memory, overshadowing other facets of his long rule. After completing his pilgrimage, Mansa Musa returned to his homeland, where people were enthralled with his stories of his exploits. However, he didn't stop there. Rather, he funneled fresh inspiration, architectural styles, theological discourses, scholarly connections, into a grand vision for transforming key cities in the empire. The lessons gleaned in Cairo and Mecca spurred him to commission new buildings, especially mosques, to reinforce Mali's Islamic identity and elevate its cultural standing. At the same time, he recognised that religious centres could anchor trade networks, enticing merchants and scholars to settle. Timbuktu, long the commercial hub, now received particular focus. Musa brought along architects from North Africa, such as Abu Ishaq es-Saheli, who guided local masons in constructing structures that blended Sahelian earthen techniques with Maghrebi motifs. The Sankore Mosque, in particular, blossomed into a campus of learning. Over time, Sankore and other Timbuktu institutions housed thousands of manuscripts on theology, law, astronomy, and more. Timbuktu's libraries, spurred by Musa's initiative, became a beacon for scholars across West Africa and beyond. While earlier Mansas had built in Timbuktu, Musa's efforts catapulted it toward prominence as a recognised seat of learning. Elsewhere, he sponsored the expansion of the Jingwereber Mosque. Using mud brick, timber, and intricate stucco, local artisans fused aesthetic flair with practical design for the hot climate. Musa's appetite for architecture also extended to Gao, Walata, and other strategic towns. The new or renovated mosques signified loyalty to Islam while showcasing the empire's affluence. Some foreign visitors described these earthen edifices as luminous under the Sahel sun, crowned by timber stakes that could be used as scaffolding for periodic replastering. Musa's push for Islamic scholarship drew in more than just architects. He invited ulama, religious scholars, qadis, judges, and scribes from across the Islamic world. These learned individuals introduced refined administrative methods and jurisprudence. Under their guidance, Mali's legal system took shape around Islamic norms, though older customs still thrived in rural enclaves. The official court increasingly used Arabic for record-keeping, complementing local languages for everyday discourse. This bilingual synergy let Mali engage with trans-Saharan trade partners on equal footing. Alongside these intellectual pursuits, Mansa Musa never neglected the empire's economic sinews. He maintained a keen interest in gold mines near Bambouk and Bure, ensuring they were managed efficiently. Additional caravans carried salt from Takaza, exchanging it for cereals, textiles and horses. In one sense, the empire's commercial backbone preceded Musa, but his reign stamped it with organisational vigour. By standardising weights, measures and trade protocols, he cut down disputes, facilitating smoother commerce. Customs officers at city gates or river crossings enforced fees that fed the royal treasury, which in turn funded public works. As for governance, Mansa Musa employed a multi-tiered approach. He left local chiefs in place where loyalty was assured, but inserted trusted courtiers where rebellion threatened. From the capital, Nyani, though some debate exactly which city served as the prime seat, he dispatched messengers to check on provinces. The empire's scale made direct micromanagement impossible, but well-placed loyalists ensured his edicts carried weight. This decentralised yet cohesive model thrived when anchored by a charismatic ruler. That said, some interior clans harboured resentment, preferring older animist traditions or less tribute. Meanwhile, news of his generosity on the pilgrimage had inadvertently changed external perceptions. North African historians documented how merchants from the Maghreb or the Levant now looked to Mali for profitable exchange. Some arrived in caravans seeking gold and ostrich feathers while bringing silks, beads or cowrie shells. Mansa Musa welcomed these interactions, though he also insisted on regulated prices, warding off unscrupulous profiteers. The empire's wealth soared, but so did the complexities of balancing local production with foreign demand. In personal terms, Mansa Musa's family life remains a patchwork of hints. Griots mention multiple wives, children groomed for leadership roles, and court intrigues, typical of a grand monarchy. Musa's personality is said to have fused devotion with indulgence in the finer things, music, dance, and well-brewed beverages. He championed moral behaviour under Islam, yet seemed untroubled by the pageantry of a royal court. He strolled the palace in fine robes, received envoys with lavish banquets, and still prayed fervently in the newly built mosques. Such was the duality of Mansa Musa's reign. Pious yet splendid, Islamic yet reliant on older Malian customs, practical in economics yet prone to flamboyant generosity. This synergy established the empire at a pivotal cultural intersection, uniting sub-Saharan heritage with North African sophistication. By the mid-14th century, the synergy reached its zenith, forging a powerful realm that beckoned travellers from across Africa and beyond. Still, every peak holds seeds of future transitions, and for Musa, the twilight of his rule would see shifts that tested the empire's toughness. As the 1330s approached, Mansa Musa's authority remained largely unchallenged, but natural challenges and changing trade patterns hinted at potential strains. The vast domain, knit together by his vigour, demanded constant oversight. Musa strove to ensure that each border region complied with tribute obligations and respected the empire's religious orientation. Meanwhile, the Niger River's seasonal floods shaped agricultural cycles, some years bountiful, others prone to drought. The delicate balance between good harvests, stable trade, and local loyalties meant that a single upheaval could ripple widely. In this period, historical glimpses of Mansa Musa's final years become hazy. Some sources claim he briefly abdicated in favour of his son, Mansa Maga, only to resume power later. Others suggest he remained on the throne until his death. The multiplicity of oral traditions complicates any strict timeline. Still, it's clear he focused on two enduring priorities: strengthening Islamic scholarship and fostering prosperity. He invited additional jurists from Fes and Tunis, expanding Timbuktu's academies. Diplomatic relations with Morocco and Egypt stayed cordial, with scribes at Musa's court producing letters in refined Arabic, praising cultural ties. One lesser-known aspect of Musa's reign was the forging of local alliances through intermarriage. Princes of subjugated regions sometimes wed relatives of the royal family, creating a patchwork of dynastic bonds. This practice tempered rebellious impulses, as each clan now had a stake in preserving peace. In day-to-day rule, Musa relied on a cadre of advisors. Some were devout clerics, others savvy administrators who understood the empire's trade-based wealth. The interplay between religious counsel and economic strategy shaped the empire's direction. The empire also felt the weight of potential competition from emerging powers. Farther east, the Hausa city-states gained momentum, while to the west, coastal polities engaged with Atlantic trade. Although these developments wouldn't immediately topple Mali's dominance, they foreshadowed a shifting frontier in African commerce. The centuries-old reliance on trans-Saharan caravans faced subtle challenges from evolving sea routes. Mansa Musa, however, remained confident that Mali's gold resources and central position would endure. He might not have foreseen how future generations would grapple with the new maritime corridors introduced by European explorers. Meanwhile, Timbuktu's intellectual bloom continued. Scholars from the Arab world praised its manuscripts. Cadiz presided over local courts, melding Sharia law with customary resolutions. This synergy made Timbuktu a magnet for intellectuals seeking quiet study among the city's sun-dried brick homes. Mansa Musa occasionally commissioned new volumes of hadith or historical genealogies, rewarding scribes with gold. Over time, a robust tradition of calligraphy took root, with intricate lettering reflecting North African influences. Students recited texts under open-air courtyards, weaving knowledge with local languages. In the capital, Niamey, the royal palace presumably boasted a mix of clay architecture and stone embellishments, though few remain survive. Chronicles mention grand reception halls where the Mansa offered visitors an audience. Gift exchanges were integral. Envoys from distant lands arrived with spices or glass beads, receiving in return gold dust or lavish robes. Musa's personal routine likely balanced daily prayer, the supervision of farbas, and public appearances that showcased his approachability. He recognized that ruling a culturally diverse empire required more than force. It needed a unifying aura of generosity and moral leadership. Amid all these successes, one senses the ephemeral nature of empire. Overextension lurked as a silent hazard. Some outlying provinces had grown used to direct oversight from the Mansa's central officials. Any prolonged royal absence might sow confusion. Furthermore, rumours of salt caravans taking alternate routes could shift wealth distribution. Mansa Musa's solution was typically to dispatch trusted lieutenants with tokens of the monarchy, perhaps a gold staff or a special garment, symbolising delegated authority. So long as loyalty endured, this system held. By the mid-30s, accounts suggest Mansa Musa's health began to decline. He might have endured the effects of age, or the repeated fevers common in the region's climate. The exact date of his death is disputed, typically placed around 1337. In some traditions, he died soon after concluding the building projects in Gao. Others say he passed quietly in his capital, surrounded by family. Whatever the details, the empire mourned him as a cultural and spiritual beacon. The fabled Mansa who had brought renown to Mali across continents. The stage was then left to his successors, faced with preserving the world he had shaped. While Mansa Musa's personal generosity and cunning had made Mali a name recognised from Cairo to Venice, the looming question was how robust that legacy would remain in his absence. For now, though, the empire could still recall the wondrous days of gold-laden caravans and a Mansa whose devotion and spectacle etched themselves into global lore. After Mansa Musa's death, the mantle fell to his descendants, notably Mansa Maga and later Mansa Suleiman. These rulers inherited a realm at the zenith of its influence. However, the aura of Musa's personal magnetism was difficult to replicate. His successors tried to maintain the elaborate administrative framework, the emphasis on religious scholarship, and the trading networks that underpinned Mali's fortunes. For a time, the empire remained stable, continuing to draw caravans from North Africa. Scholars still travelled to Timbuktu. The glow of Musa's pilgrimage lingered in foreign memories, but cracks emerged. Some outlying tributaries tested the new Mansas, doubting their ability to impose discipline. Regions near the Niger Bend, or along the forest-savanna boundary, required gentle but firm control. Mansa Musa's approach of personal oversight and reward-laden visits had kept them in line. Now, lesser envoys struggled to command the same respect. Occasionally minor rebellions flared. Even though none threatened the core of Mali for decades, they signalled a gradual erosion of central authority. Simultaneously, the natural environment shaped the empire's trajectory. The cyclical dryness of the Sahel sometimes forced pastoralists to shift grazing zones. If desert encroachment worsened, caravans had to alter routes, bypassing certain towns that once thrived on trade taxes. The empire had a reservoir of wealth from gold mines, but changing climate patterns could hamper agriculture near the river, straining local economies. Mansa Musa, in his prime, had addressed such challenges with bold infrastructure or diplomacy, but the subsequent leadership, while competent, lacked his visionary spark. Another dimension was the global context. The 14th century inflicted hardships across many regions. The Black Death ravaged Europe and parts of the Mediterranean, altering trade demands. Although sub-Saharan Africa escaped the worst of that pandemic, the aftershocks in North Africa impacted trade flows as some cities lost large portions of their population. The interplay of fewer caravans, disrupted markets, and shifting alliances chipped away at Mali's prime position. The gold was still there, but the channels to export it might fluctuate. Over time, new powers in West Africa, like the Songhai, took advantage of any vacuum. Nevertheless, the memory of Mansa Musa lived on in Mali's lore. Griots continued to recite epic praises of his generosity. They recounted the shimmering caravans, the pilgrims' endless lines stretching across the dunes, and the mosques he raised with foreign architects. This legacy both inspired and burdened the subsequent Mansas, who struggled to match such an iconic figure. Diplomatically, the empire enjoyed residual goodwill from North African courts thanks to Mansa Musa's famed piety. Delegations from Mali could still negotiate favourable deals in Moroccan or Egyptian markets. Yet as new sultans rose in these realms, personal ties to Musa's era waned. In Europe, albeit indirectly, Mansa Musa's legend trickled into cartographic representations. The Catalan Atlas of 1375, for instance, depicted a crowned African king holding a golden nugget, referencing the Melian ruler's famed riches. This image bolstered a European myth of rivers of gold in Africa, a notion that later centuries of explorers and colonizers would chase. Ironically, the lavish portrayal overshadowed the nuance of Musa's intellect, governance, and religious devotion, reducing him to a mere emblem of extraordinary wealth. Within Mali, religious scholarship advanced for some time. The libraries of Timbuktu, Gao, and Djenné expanded their collections. Scribes and jurists reinterpreted Islamic texts in local contexts, forging a rich blend of African common culture and Islamic law. The traditions Mansa Musa championed did not vanish with his death. They enriched local life for generations. The city of Timbuktu in particular stood as a testament to that era's intellectual blossoming. Mali's social fabric seamlessly merged clan-based traditions with the universalist principles of Islam, carrying on the delicate balance that Mansa Musa had established. Eventually, by the 15th century, the Songhai Empire under Sunni Ali and later Askia Muhammad rose to eclipse Mali's dominion, seizing major centres. Mali receded, losing some gold-rich territories and vital trade corridors. Yet the echoes of Mansa Musa's brilliant rule lingered. Even as Songhai expanded, the memory of Mali's pinnacle remained deeply etched in oral histories. Observers realised that Mansa Musa's achievements were not just about ephemeral gold showers. They had forged a cultural and political framework that shaped West African civilization well beyond his lifetime. The empire's eventual decline underscored how pivotal leadership can be. Mansa Musa had harnessed wealth, religion, and political savvy to unify a sprawling region. Once that synergy loosened, fragmentation crept in. Still, centuries after the empire's contraction, the name Mansa Musa resonates globally. An African monarch famed for overshadowing kings and sultans in wealth, for bridging sub-Saharan and Islamic worlds, and for exemplifying how a single visionary reign can elevate an entire civilization onto the historical stage. For centuries, the Western world largely overlooked Mansa Musa, overshadowed by narratives centred on Mediterranean or European affairs. However, in the modern era, interest in Africa's pre-colonial empires revived. Scholars sought to reclaim the achievements of societies like Mali, Songhai, and Ghana. Mansa Musa's story emerged as a standout example of African leadership, advanced trade systems, and dynamic cultural fusion. Researchers combed through Arabic chronicles, like those of Al-Umari or Ibn Khaldun, for glimpses of his reign. Griot's oral traditions offered complementary insights, though they sometimes embroidered details for dramatic effect. In the 20th century, Mansa Musa's name surfaced in debates, about the African diaspora's heritage. As African nations gained independence from colonial rule, national historians highlighted figures like Musa to illustrate indigenous African states that prospered long before European influence. School textbooks in places like Mali and Senegal began devoting sections to the Mali Empire, showcasing it as a sophisticated polity. The imagery of Mansa Musa showering gold upon the poor while building mosques became a powerful symbol of African accomplishment. Yet pop culture often reduced him to the richest man who ever lived, focusing on an astronomical net worth in gold. Internet articles brandished headlines about his supposed trillions in today's currency. This oversimplification risked flattening his legacy into mere flamboyance. In reality, Musa's wealth was entangled in communal structures, trade cycles, and moral obligations shaped by Islamic teachings. He was less a solitary billionaire and more a steward of an empire's resources, dispensing them for religious and diplomatic ends. Historians caution that pegging his fortune to the modern standards distorts the medieval context. Meanwhile, academic interest turned to the intricacies of governance. Documents suggest that under Musa, Mali's legal frameworks advanced, bridging indigenous norms with Sharia-based statutes. Judges in Timbuktu or Jenne sometimes cited both local tradition and Quranic sources, forging unique rulings. Scholars in the past acknowledged Mansa Musa's ability to strike a balance between upholding Islamic orthodoxy among elites and honouring the animist customs of rural communities. This nuance fosters a deeper appreciation of his statesmanship, overshadowed in many popular accounts by tales of gold-laden caravans. Archaeology also contributed. Excavations near ancient towns in Mali uncovered remnants of fortifications or palatial complexes, though direct evidence of Musa's building projects remains sparse. The scale of urban centres suggests a well-structured realm. The design of certain mosques, featuring distinctive Sudano-Sahelian motifs and perhaps influence from Andalusian or Maghrebi styles, points to that era's architectural cross-pollination. Fragments of imported ceramics or glass from North Africa confirm robust commerce. By synthesizing textual sources with material finds, researchers sketch a more vibrant portrait of Mansa Musa's empire than older stereotypes of a dark continent. Ironically, in the 21st century, Mansa Musa's memory thrives on digital platforms. His name surfaces in social media memes or videos, claiming to unravel the secrets of the richest king. While some content oversimplifies, others use the curiosity to delve deeper, explaining the empire's trade networks or Timbuktu's scholarly heritage. In African diaspora communities, references to Mansa Musa convey pride in African intellectual and economic history. He emerges as a counterbalance to narratives that historically depicted Africa as a monolithic region of underdevelopment. Yet the real Mansa Musa remains elusive in certain regards. We lack direct diaries, and no contemporary portraits show his face. Instead, we rely on stylized images from European cartographers or rhetorical descriptions by Arab historians. He emerges as a figure of layered myth and partial documentation, someone whose actual day-to-day persona remains partly concealed. The glimpses we do have highlight a thoughtful, strategic monarch, propelled by both faith and pragmatism. His significance endures not just for the spectacle of his pilgrimage, but for how he integrated diverse societies under a unified banner. Advanced Islamic schism arose scholarship in West Africa, and influence global perceptions of Africa's potential. Within the context of medieval globalization, he stands as an early example of how commerce, faith, and leadership can unify a wide territory. In an era typically overshadowed by European narratives, Mansa Musa's accomplishments underscore the richness of African history and the universal complexity of statecraft. Thus, the modern reappraisal of Mansa Musa blends both awe and historical caution, acknowledging the grandeur of his empire while sifting myth from fact. He was neither a simplistic figure of infinite gold nor a purely saintly monarch. Rather, he was an adept leader in a dynamic environment, harnessing commerce, religion, and diplomacy to forge a realm that resonates through the centuries, an enduring testament to Africa's storied past. Today, Mansa Musa stands among Africa's most iconic historical figures. His legacy transcends time and place, weaving into discussions of leadership, wealth, spirituality, and identity. He embodies not just a legendary monarch, but a reminder that even centuries ago, global interconnectedness shaped destinies. His empire's prosperity, gleaned from a trans-Saharan trade, offers insights into how commerce forges links across vast distances. His dedication to Islam and scholarship underscores the potency of faith in unifying diverse peoples under a cultural and ethical framework. One might ask, what can we learn from Mansa Musa's reign beyond the gold-studded anecdote? Firstly, his story highlights the value of strategic vision. He inherited a robust empire but catapulted it to new heights through conscientious policies, from codifying taxes on caravans to commissioning educational hubs. He recognised that harnessing wealth isn't solely about accumulation. Distributing it effectively, whether in philanthropic gestures or infrastructure, can amplify a leader's influence. This approach resonates in modern governance discussions, where wise resource allocation sets outstanding administrators apart from mere hoarders. Secondly, Mansa Musa's architectural and scholarly investments exemplify how cultural achievements bolster an empire's legacy. The mosques and libraries of Timbuktu, Gao and beyond, which blossomed under his patronage, endured even after Mali's political decline. They catalysed centuries of learning, preserving texts that remain significant historical sources. This enduring dimension of cultural capital suggests that fostering education and the arts can surpass ephemeral political wins. In a world rife with ephemeral trend-chasing, Mansa Musa's example underscores the intangible dividends of intellectual stewardship. Moreover, his experience with gold-based economics prompts reflection on the complexities of global finance. Though medieval markets differ from modern ones, Mansa Musa's distribution of gold that depressed local currencies exemplifies how large infusions of wealth can distort economies. Today's parallels might involve monetary policies, foreign direct investment, or resource booms that upend local markets. The lesson is timeless. Even generosity can have unintended consequences if not carefully calibrated to the broader economic milieu. On a more personal level, Mansa Musa illustrates how piety and power can intersect. By presenting himself as a devout Muslim, he earned credibility among Islamic polities. His approach highlights the power of genuine religious conviction, when combined with benevolence, to foster diplomatic relations. Yet, it also raises questions. To what extent did he wield religion as a political tool? We might glean that authenticity and canny statecraft can coexist, each fueling the other toward mutual benefit. For an audience grappling with modern complexities of church-state relations, Mansa Musa's example suggests nuance. Faith-based values can unify communities, but realpolitik remains essential for large-scale governance. In terms of Africa's historical narrative, Mansa Musa dispels outdated stereotypes of a continent absent of complexity. The Mali Empire's advanced administration, trading acumen, and cultural vibrancy in the 14th century counter any notion that sophisticated statecraft was exclusive to Europe or Asia. By acknowledging Mansa Musa's place in the grand tapestry of medieval history, we appreciate that Africa was fully engaged in trans-regional dialogues, its gold fueling global economies, its scholars contributing to the Islamic intellectual tradition. Lastly, the ephemeral nature of power emerges in his story. Even a realm as wealthy as Mali faced eventual decline. Mansa Musa's leadership soared, but no empire remains unchallenged forever. Subsequent shifts in trade routes, internal strife, and external expansions by Songhai underlined how reliant Mali's empire was on sustained, adept rulership. For those analysing present-day geopolitics, the lesson is that resilience hinges on structural stability, not just a single charismatic era. Legacy is shaped by continuity of governance, not a lone golden moment. In sum, Mansa Musa's tale glistens with more than gold. It resonates through layered truths, the interplay of devotion and diplomacy, the forging of alliances across desert expanses, and the enduring imprint of knowledge institutions. His memory, once overshadowed, now re-emerges in scholarly works and public fascination, signifying a broader revaluation of Africa's historical prominence. For anyone who may be mind-seeking both reflection and novelty, his saga offers a vantage point on leadership's timeless challenges. Rich in paradox, Mansa Musa's reign reveals that wealth, no matter how immense, serves best when funneled into communal uplift, melding prestige with purpose, and that perhaps is the truest legacy. Year 742 CE, The prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun, a nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires. Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Karia recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Korea walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Korea to the caravan's unspoken rules. Trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Korea's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Korea took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Korea found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Korea couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Korea to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Korea that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Korea remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Korea lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Karia wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Korea noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, A cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through this group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Courier gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight, His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Carrier nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear, someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that in Mao they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Garesh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Garesh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Courier braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Courier found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Courier noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices. Their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-year mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Courier consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Courier felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Courier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Courier used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings. the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognised them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Carrier conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Korea's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text. cross-referencing them with genealogies, sterolters, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsun and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived. The wind on the Mongolian steppe doesn't merely just blow, it also delivers judgment. Harsh and unrelenting, it strips away pretense, like skin from bone. Modern meteorologists measure wind speed in kilometres per hour. 13th century Mongols measured it by how quickly it could freeze the tears on your face. During winter, temperatures routinely plunge to negative 40 degrees, a number where Celsius and Fahrenheit find their rare point of agreement. That same landscape might bake at 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, in the summer, causing thermal swings that are unheard of in our climate-controlled lives. You, with your dependency on consistent room temperatures, hot showers, and memory foam mattresses, would find yourself desperately unprepared for this fundamental reality. The average Mongol warrior began developing their environmental resilience before they could walk. By age 3, children were placed on horses. By 5, they could ride independently. By 10, many had survived multiple seasons of brutal weather that would send modern emergency management agencies into crisis mode. Your entire concept of roughing it might involve a weekend of glamping with a portable espresso maker. The Mongols would find the idea laughable if they understood what espresso was. Water, that substance you acquire with a lazy twist of a faucet handle, required strategic planning in the empire. The steppe's watercourses were unreliable, sometimes disappearing entirely during dry periods. Many Mongols drank arag, fermented merez milk, which served multiple purposes: hydration, nutrition, mild intoxication, and, crucially, bacteriological safety. Your untrained digestive system would likely reject this essential staple, leaving you dehydrated on the windswept plains. Consider your current fitness level. The average Mongol regularly rode 60 to 80 kilometers daily. They maintained this pace for weeks while wearing armour and carrying weapons. Many could shoot arrows with deadly accuracy from horseback, drawing bows requiring 166 pounds of pull strength, nearly triple the draw weight of a modern compound hunting bow. Your gym membership and occasional weekend hike have not prepared you for this level of physical demand. The constant movement of nomadic life meant that storage space was precious. The concept of belongings underwent severe restriction. While you might feel anxious travelling with just carry-on luggage for a week, Mongols transported their entire lives on horseback or in carts. The mental adjustment alone, living with only what could be easily packed and moved, would challenge your very identity, shaped as it is by acquisition and accumulation. Sleep patterns differed dramatically as well. The Empire's military maintained vigilance through a system of night watches, with warriors sleeping in armour, ready to fight within moments. No alarm snoozing, no, just 5 more minutes. When the signal came, you rode or died. Sleep was not a right, but a resource to be carefully managed and often denied. Food security operated on principles alien to your experience. The average Mongol warrior could survive on dried meat and milk products for extended periods, supplemented occasionally by foraged plants and hunted game. Their digestive systems adapted to high protein, high fat and low carbohydrate diets, similar to a ketogenic diet, but without modern conveniences like Instagram posts or specialty products. Your body, accustomed to regular meals with diverse nutrients, would struggle with both the content and irregularity of steppe nutrition. Then there's the matter of hygiene. Your concept of cleanliness hinges on daily showering and the liberal application of scented products. The Mongols, living in a water-scarce environment, developed different standards. Smoke from dung fires provided antibacterial benefits inside yurts, while animal fats protected skin from windburn and frostbite. The smell of a Mongol encampment, a potent blend of horses, humans, smoke, and fermentation, would overwhelm your sanitized sensibilities. These environmental challenges represent merely the baseline difficulties, the ambient conditions that existed before considering human conflicts, political complexities, or social hierarchies. If the elements themselves defeated you, imagine how poorly you would fare against humans who mastered this harsh existence and then decided to conquer the known world. The social architecture of the Mongol Empire would confound you as thoroughly as its physical demands. You've been conditioned by modern Western ideology to believe in certain fundamental rights, speech, assembly, and individual autonomy. These concepts would be difficult to understand within the Mongol socio-political framework, which valued individuals based on their utility to the collective and their position within a rigid hierarchy. Let's begin with language. The Mongol Empire eventually encompassed speakers of dozens of languages, but the lingua franca remained Mongolian, specifically Middle Mongolian written in Uyghur script. Without fluency, you would be effectively mute, unable to defend yourself verbally, comprehend orders, or navigate social situations. Interpreters existed, certainly, but they served the empire's elite. Your linguistic isolation would render you vulnerable in ways you cannot imagine. Having always inhabited linguistic environments where communication felt like a birthright rather than a privilege. Then there's the matter of honour culture. Modern society has largely abandoned honour as an organising principle, replacing it with legal frameworks and bureaucracy. In the Mongol Empire, slights to honour, real or perceived, could trigger immediate violence without legal recourse. Your ingrained habits of casual speech, direct eye contact, or inadvertent physical contact might constitute grave offences. Without the cultural fluency to navigate these unwritten rules, you would blunder into conflict through innocent behaviours. The Mongol legal system, codified in the Yasa, Genghis Khan's legal code, prescribed death for a startling range of offences. What was the penalty for urinating in running water? Death. Adultery? Death. Theft? Often death. Even minor theft could result in punishment 9 times the value of the stolen item. Bankruptcy, the debtor and their family could be enslaved. Your understanding of proportional justice would provide no protection in a system where examples were made to maintain order across vast territories. Religious tolerance in the Mongol Empire is often celebrated by historians, but this tolerance had pragmatic rather than ideological roots. The Mongols permitted various faiths, because religious leaders were exempt from certain taxes and conscription, providing administrative convenience. However, this tolerance did not extend to religious practices that conflicted with Mongol customs. For instance, Muslim and Jewish prohibitions against consuming blood or improperly slaughtered meat were directly at odds with nomadic food practices. Religious practitioners were forced to choose between spiritual compromise or physical hunger. Your conception of privacy would dissolve entirely. The GER yurt housed extended family units in a single open space. Conversations, bodily functions, and intimacy all occurred within a communal environment. The Mongol camps themselves were arranged according to military organisation, with placement determined by rank and function rather than personal preference. Your desire for me-time or a quiet space to decompress would find no accommodation in this structure. Your modern sensibilities would be further shocked by gender roles. While Mongol women enjoyed more rights than their counterparts in many sedentary civilizations, they could own property, divorce, and sometimes participate in warfare. Their status remained fundamentally determined by their relationship to male power structures. Women's primary value centered on reproductive capacity and household management. The concepts of gender equality or personal fulfillment outside prescribed roles would seem alien and dangerous. Class mobility, that cherished modern ideal, existed but followed different patterns than you might expect. Genghis Khan famously promoted based on merit rather than birth. But this meritocracy was measured primarily through loyalty and military prowess. Your specialised modern skills, programming, marketing, and financial analysis would hold little immediate value. Unless you could quickly demonstrate utility in warfare, animal husbandry, or practical crafts, your position would likely default to the bottom of the hierarchy. The concept of face, or social reputation, functioned as actual currency. In an empire where written records remained limited, your word and reputation formed your primary assets. Breaking promises, showing weakness, or failing to reciprocate generosity would irreparably damage your standing. Without understanding the intricate dance of obligation, favour trading, and reputation management, you would quickly find yourself socially bankrupt. Most fundamentally disorienting would be the collective rather than individual orientation of Mongol society. Decisions prioritise group survival over individual rights or preferences. Resource distribution, military service, and marriage arrangements all serve collective interests first. Your deeply ingrained individualism, whether you recognize it or not, would mark you as fundamentally untrustworthy in a culture where solidarity meant survival. The Mongol military apparatus operated with a systematic efficiency that transformed warfare across Eurasia, but your integration into this machine would prove catastrophically difficult, assuming you were even permitted to join rather than being classified as a servant or slave. First, consider the entry requirements. By adolescence, Mongol warriors could shoot arrows accurately while riding at full gallop, navigate vast distances without maps using only astronomical and geographical features, butcher animals efficiently for maximum resource utilization, survive independently on the steppe with minimal equipment, track humans and animals across varied terrains, execute complex cavalry maneuvers in formation. These weren't specialized skills for elite units, they were baseline competencies expected of ordinary soldiers. Your modern abilities with spreadsheets, home appliances, or even conventional weapons would provide almost no transferable advantages. The physical conditioning alone would likely break you within days. During campaigns, Mongol warriors frequently rode between 100 and 130 kilometers each day. They did not ride for a single day, but for weeks or months at a time. Modern endurance athletes train specifically for singular events. Mongol warriors maintained this capacity as their baseline existence. They could sleep in saddles, go days with minimal water, and function effectively despite extreme physical discomfort. The Mongol military diet during campaigns frequently consisted of dried meat powder mixed with water or blood drawn from a small incision in their horse's vein. This high-protein, virtually zero-carbohydrate regimen sustained warriors through extraordinary physical demands. Your digestive system and metabolism, accustomed to regular carbohydrate intake and consistent meals, would struggle catastrophically with this dietary shift. Equipment maintenance formed another insurmountable challenge. Each warrior maintained multiple horses, weapons requiring specialized care, and armor demanding regular attention. The composite bow, the signature Mongol weapon, required constant maintenance to prevent delamination of its complex structure of wood, horn, and sinew. Improper storage could render it useless in hours. Without generations of accumulated knowledge in these maintenance protocols, your equipment would fail at critical moments. The communication system would leave you perpetually confused. Mongol armies coordinated complex battlefield maneuvers using flag signals, horn calls, and drum patterns, a military language as foreign to you as ancient Sumerian. In battle conditions, misinterpreting these signals meant instant death, either from enemy action or from disrupting your side's carefully orchestrated movements. Discipline within the Mongol military operated with mechanical precision. The decimal organization system, with units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000, the famous two-men, created clear chains of command and responsibility. This structure enforced collective punishment. If one member of your Arban unit of 10 fled battle, all members could be executed. Your survival hinged not only on your own performance, but also on the performance of your assigned comrades. Pain tolerance represented another area where you would find yourself woefully unprepared. Medical care during campaigns was rudimentary by modern standards. Arrow wounds were treated by inserting milk-soaked cloth into the wound, then extracting it after the wound had begun festering, pulling damaged tissue out with the cloth. Broken bones might be set, but complex injuries often resulted in battlefield euthanasia. Your expectation of pain management would meet the harsh reality of pre-modern medicine. The psychological warfare practiced by the Mongols would disturb even hardened modern military personnel. Their systematic use of terror included constructing pyramids from the severed heads of civilians, using enemies as human shields, and deliberately allowing some survivors to flee and spread tales of horror. Mongol forces not only expected you to witness these acts, but also to participate in them without moral objection. The Mongol forces treated weather conditions that modern armies would consider operation suspending as merely incidental. They preferred campaigning in winter when rivers froze solid enough to support cavalry movements. Your cold weather gear, however advanced by today's standards, would prove inadequate against the combination of Siberian winds and constant movement that prevented establishing proper shelter. Most critically, the psychological framework of Mongol warfare would alienate you entirely. Modern military ethics emphasize distinction between combatants and non-combatants, proportionality in force application, and limitation of unnecessary suffering. Mongol strategic doctrine recognised no such distinctions. Civilian populations were legitimate targets, both for resource acquisition and psychological impact. Cities that immediately surrendered might escape, while those that resisted faced complete annihilation, not as a war crime, but as standard operational procedure. Your modern moral framework, whether you consider yourself hardened or not, has been shaped by centuries of evolving notions about the ethics of violence. The cognitive dissonance between these ingrained values and daily participation in Mongol military operations would create psychological trauma beyond anything your contemporary mind is structured to process. While the physical environment, social complexities and military demands of the Mongol Empire would each present formidable challenges, perhaps nothing would threaten your survival more immediately than the microbial landscape, a biological battlefield for which your body is perilously unprepared. Your immune system has developed in an environment of unprecedented sanitation, regular vaccination and antibiotics. This protected upbringing, while extending your lifespan, has left you immunologically naive compared to a 13th century nomad. The average Mongol survived numerous childhood diseases that would ravage your unprepared system. Their immune responses, honed through constant exposure to pathogens, operated at a level of efficiency your sheltered physiology cannot match. Consider water consumption, that most basic necessity. The Mongols developed specific techniques for locating reasonably safe water sources and, more importantly, harboured gut microbiota adapted to local pathogens. You, accustomed to treated municipal water, would likely contract severe dysentery within days of drinking from steppe water sources. Dehydration would rapidly follow, compromising physical performance precisely when maximum strength was needed for adaptation. The parasite load carried by average Mongol Empire inhabitants would astound modern physicians. Intestinal worms, skin parasites, and blood-borne pathogens existed in a complex equilibrium with host immune systems. These parasitic relationships often began in childhood, allowing for co-adaptation rather than acute crisis. Your body, encountering these organisms for the first time as an adult, would mount extreme inflammatory responses that could prove more dangerous than the parasites themselves. Zoonotic diseases, those transmitted between animals and humans, presented particular danger in a culture where close contact with livestock was unavoidable. The Mongols lived alongside horses, sheep, goats, camels and cattle, joining living spaces during harsh weather. Anthrax, brucellosis, and various animal-borne influenzas circulated continuously. While the Mongols developed partial immunity through childhood exposure, you would have no such protection. The bacterial environment itself would prove hostile. Soil-dwelling bacteria like Clostridium tetani, causing tetanus, represented constant threats in a lifestyle filled with small injuries from riding, hunting, and combat. The Mongols treated wounds with fermented mare's milk, hot animal fat or cauterization, methods that, while crude, often provided antimicrobial benefits. Without these techniques, any injury could become fatal due to infection. Dental health presents another vulnerability. The Mongol diet lacked refined sugars but still posed dental challenges. These were managed through specific hygiene practices using steppe plants with natural antimicrobial properties. Your teeth, despite modern dental care, would likely be unprepared for abrupt cessation of this care combined with a radically different diet. Dental infections, minor inconveniences in the modern world, became life-threatening in pre-antibiotic environments. Fungal infections flourished in the close quarters of Mongol encampments. Ringworm, athlete's foot, and various dermatological fungi spread readily among populations with limited access to complete hygiene facilities. The Mongols managed these conditions with specialized techniques involving smoke exposure and application of specific animal fats with antifungal properties. Without this knowledge, chronic fungal infections would compromise your skin's integrity, creating additional pathways for more dangerous infections. The Mongol Empire's greatest irony was that its military success facilitated unprecedented disease transmission across Eurasia. As the empire connected previously isolated disease pools, novel pathogens travelled trade routes with devastating efficiency. You would encounter not just local Mongolian pathogens, but biological threats from China, Persia, and the Rus's lands, all without the immunological preparation that lifelong inhabitants developed. We cannot overlook the psychological dimension of illness. Modern humans expect recovery from most infections. This expectation shapes how we experience illness, as a temporary inconvenience rather than an existential threat. During the Mongol era, every fever posed a risk of death. This chronic uncertainty created psychological resilience among survivors that you, with your expectation of medical rescue, have never needed to develop. Most critically, the communal understanding of disease differed fundamentally. While the Mongols recognized contagion patterns and practiced forms of isolation for certain conditions, their explanatory models incorporated spiritual and humoral concepts alien to your biomedical framework. Treatments focused on restoring balance rather than eliminating specific pathogens. Your inability to conceptualize illness within their framework would prevent you from accessing what limited effective treatments existed. Ultimately, your body represents a naive immunological system entering an environment of hardened pathogens and limited medical interventions. Diseases that were minor for the Mongols could severely affect you due to your biological vulnerabilities. Modern medicine has not made you stronger. It has allowed physiological weaknesses to persist that would become fatal liabilities in the 13th century disease landscape. You would be as unfamiliar with Mongol Empire survival psychology as with its physical challenges. Your mental architecture, formed by a wealth of information, psychological safety nets, and individualistic frameworks, would crumble in the 13th century wandering landscape. Consider how you use time. The modern mind divides time into hours scheduled days ahead, minutes recorded on computer screens, and seconds before deadlines or meetings. Moon cycles, seasonal migrations, and animal diurnal habits shaped Mongol temporal perception. Instead of calendars, weather, grass, and animal behavior were considered. Your artificially scheduled internal clock would struggle to match these fundamental needs, leaving you confused and out of sync. Information processing includes another major discontinuity. Due to information overload, you're swimming through mountains of data and constructing sophisticated filtering systems. Because of a lack of information, Mongols saw every observation as potentially useful for survival. Their hyper-awareness of minute animal activity, distant dust clouds, and small wind direction changes showed cognitive adaptations to a low-information world. Your attention patterns are used to getting a lot of information with little meaning, so you would miss critical environmental cues. Risk assessment frameworks vary widely. Modern psychology indicates humans employ probability estimation and outcome severity to judge danger. These systems developed in environments with long-term, well-controlled dangers. Existential threats in the Mongol cognitive environment required being assessed immediately without probability calculations. In a world where everyday choices may kill, your brain's risk assessment software, updated for modern risks, would cause constant anxiety. Identity would change totally. Personal narratives regarding your past, professional tasks, and chosen connections likely shape your sense of self. Mongol identity was based on ancestry, tribe, and military unit. Only when an individual's attributes assisted these collectives did they matter. Few modern brains can make the leap from who I am to whose I am in self-concept. It goes beyond cultural adaptability. Emotional management methods would fail you. Modern emotional management involves verbalization, introspection, and discussional therapy. For the Mongols, physical expression, emotional restraint, and stoicism were more important than words. Emotions were largely expressed in ritualized circumstances like funeral laments and triumph celebrations. Your persistent emotional transparency might be risky due to your ongoing unmet need for emotional processing. Another psychological barrier is sleep architecture. Modern humans sleep consolidated and temperature-controlled, gloomy environments. Security requirements dictated the Mongols' segmented sleep patterns, which often occurred in socialized locations with little calm. Your brain was conditioned for deep sleep cycles under regulated conditions, thus persistent sleep disturbance would damage it severely. When survival demands optimum cognitive performance, such disruptions hinder decision-making. Your moral landscape change may be most puzzling. Modern morality centers on rights, justice, and harm minimization across fictitious populations. Mongol ethical frameworks emerged from communal bonding, resource acquisition, and lineage continuation. Actions that helped short-term aims were good regardless of outgroups. Your deep-rooted moral intuitions about universal human value would not help in a moral world whose ethical limits rarely extended beyond familial networks. spiritual systems would also alienate. Modern spirituality emphasizes belief, emotional connection, and personal meaning, even when religious. Mongol spiritual practices focused on balancing the visible and invisible realms through rituals. Animistic beliefs held that natural, atmospheric, and celestial phenomena were aware. Due to this fundamental disparity between your consciousness bounds and the Mongol spiritual environment, you would repeatedly commit significant spiritual transgressions. Your association with violence would be emphasized. Modern psychology says violence is traumatic and requires recovery. Violence involvement and observation were commonplace in Mongol cognitive environments, requiring minimal psychological processing. Your brain was never educated to be exposed to violence, so it would react to everyday occurrences with traumatic stress, generating a chain reaction of psychiatric instability that no 13th century framework could handle. Your relationship with uncertainty may be your final and most difficult psychological challenge. Modern life is complicated, but institutional stability, medical prognoses, and weather forecasts are predictable. Mongols had to be comfortable with unclear information and unpredictable consequences since they lived in a world of tremendous uncertainty. In a world where uncertainty is the norm, your underlying need for predictability would generate constant worry. The Mongol Empire's technology would be both familiar and unfamiliar to modern humans. You may assume you're more technologically sophisticated than 1300 travellers, but you don't grasp what technology implies in diverse contexts. Mongol weapons include the composite bow, materials science, biomechanical engineering, and generational knowledge went into this little device. These weapons were fashioned of wood, horn, sinew, birch bark, and glues. Correcting them took 2 years. The resulting device could penetrate armour at 200 metres for expert shooters. Not being able to produce, maintain, or use this primitive technology would leave you unarmed in a weapon-rich civilization. Another seemingly easy field was textile production, which was exceedingly difficult. Mongol felt making developed wool into a water-resistant, warm textile. Protecting against severe weather was crucial. The process required a profound understanding of animal fibres, how to manipulate them, and how to mechanically apply pressure, moisture, and heat. Without understanding these procedures, you can't create or fix safety gear. This process exposes you to the outdoors. Fire control methods would also be inaccessible. The Mongols were knowledgeable about using animal excrement, wood, and dried grasses as fuel sources. Each burned differently and had varied uses. They started fires even in windy or damp conditions using flint striking and specific tinder. You would be vulnerable if matches or lighters broke down and you had no other options. Navigation technology may be the most extreme example of development versus reality. GPS would stop operating after a few hours if the battery died. However, the Mongols navigated using star positions, landmarks, weather patterns, and animal behaviour. These techniques didn't require power or infrastructure. The Mongols crossed thousands of kilometres of flat desert without charts, which you probably can't do with paper directions. Similar variances exist in food preservation. Refrigerators, industrial canning, and chemical preservatives keep food fresh nowadays. They didn't exist in the 1300s. Mongol technologies like fermentation, dehydration, smoking, and salt curing preserved food's caloric value year-round without energy. If you're unfamiliar with these strategies, you might need to rely on others for food preservation. Transportation technology revolutionizes progress. You may be proud of your driving skills, but they're meaningless without proper equipment. The Empire's principal mode of transportation was horseback riding, which required biological knowledge, years of practice, and intricate equipment maintenance abilities. Horses were self-repairing, self-replicating transportation systems that converted grass into engine energy. Not being able to use primitive transportation would make getting around and socializing difficult. Communication technology also turned growth around. Without modern infrastructure, interaction was impossible in the 1300s. Mongols used yams for long-distance communication. A complicated relay network carried messages up to 300 kilometers daily across the world's largest land empire. Messages were conveyed through memory, multilingual scripts, and equine relay systems without any infrastructure. Without your communication equipment, you wouldn't be able to communicate like a Mongol messenger. Disparities in medical tools matter. Drugs, electronic diagnostics, and specialists power modern medicine. However, Mongol medicine used localized botanical knowledge, physical manipulation techniques, and environmental remedies gleaned from generations of observation. Their pharmacopoeia contained hundreds of plant, mineral, and animal treatments for different ailments. As your body faced new pathogens, you would have fewer medical care options without contemporary medical systems or traditional knowledge bases. Technological epistemology, how knowledge was gained, verified and shared, may be the most confounding development. Today, we understand technology through theoretical theories, mathematical modelling, and standard documentation. The Mongols learned technology via talking, practicing, and teaching. I learned technology by practicing under professionals for years, not reading manuals. If people understood about technology instead of reading directions, watching tutorials, and experimenting with settings, your regular methods of learning new technologies would not function. From infrastructure-dependent externalized technologies to knowledge-based embedded technologies, this move may be the hardest to adjust to. Modern technology makes humans smarter by providing external devices, by providing internalized information and embodied abilities. Mongol technology made people wiser. Even more fundamental than physical hardships, social complexity, military demands, disease susceptibility, psychological barriers, and technological inversions is the fact that your modern consciousness would still be unable to access the existential meaning framework that gave Mongol suffering purpose. Think about time horizons. Modern life encourages long-term planning, retirement plans for decades, health habits for life, and career routes for 50 years. Urgency, seasonal preparation, and generational continuity limited meaningful temporal contemplation in the Mongol existential framework, which operated on compressed time horizons. Compression was an adaptive response to the environment, not a cognitive restriction. Your natural ability to project into distant possibilities would not help you survive in an unpredictable world. Different meanings were given to suffering. Modern paradigms view suffering as a problem to be solved rather than a part of life. Social, technical, and medical systems aim to alleviate discomfort and promote comfort. A meaningful life required hardship which showed one's value, demonstrated character through resilience, and reinforced communal relationships via common suffering, according to the Mongol existential paradigm. Aversion to discomfort would be considered a sign of dangerous weakness in a society where accepting adversity deliberately was a sign of maturity. You would be confused by value hierarchies. Self-actualization, expression, and fulfillment are valued in modern Western culture. The Mongol value system prioritized ceremonial attendance, communal survival, and lineage continuation to maintain cosmic order. The ideal death for Mongols was often dying in battle for their master, which ensured spiritual transition and familial prestige. Modern ideas of a beneficial death include comfort, respite from pain, and family. In a culture that values social status over individual identity, your individualistic ideals are irrelevant. Justice would also look strange. The primary principles of modern justice theory are proportional punishment, procedural fairness, and individual rights. Restoring cosmic, social, and outcome stability was paramount in Mongol justice. The severity of the penalty often reflected the victim-offender status gap rather than the crime. Significant crimes against low-status victims carried nominal fines, while minor offences against high-status victims carried death sentences. These arrangements offended your daily sense of fairness. Therefore, they wouldn't help you adapt to the real judicial system. Translation is especially challenging in religion, even while they preserve ancient elements. Modern spiritual systems have adapted to individualism and science. Mongol religion integrated animistic traditions, shamanic intermediation, and ancestor veneration in a cosmic perspective where spiritual and material realms were interconnected. To please invisible entities, rituals had to be performed regularly. Your secularized worldview or modern religious framework might discourage you from engaging in spiritual practices that were once considered necessary social technology for regulating invisible forces. Political engagement definitions would shift similarly. Voting, speaking out, and joining institutions are all elements of modern politics. Mongol politics centered on personal allegiance, as shown by military duty, resource giving, and physical presence. Political legitimacy was based on military victory, resource acquisition, or divine favor, not procedure. If might and right were still linked rather than conceptually distinct, your good governance idea would fail. Your new relationship with nature may be the most complicated. Modern environmental frameworks represent humans as independent of and influencing natural systems, whether exploitative or conservationist. Mongol existential philosophy holds that humans are part of ecological systems impacted by seasonal flows, weather patterns, and animal migration. Human communities were little subsystems of nature that were the primary reality, not a resource or aesthetic backdrop. In a worldview where humans were integrated into natural processes, your role as nature's spectator, consumer or protector would change. Different meanings surrounded death. Most deaths today occur in sterile, medicalized, and artificially delayed conditions. Death was a constant presence in the Mongol Empire, often violently. This proximity fostered practical acceptance of mortality rather than callousness or despair. Happy lives included planning for death, ensuring lineage continuity, adopting memorial rites, and keeping spiritual links beyond physical life. Your possible death phobia, bred in a culture of mortality denial, would not exist in a society where accepting death was normal emotional development. Integration of purpose is the final existential challenge. Today, purpose is often considered a human enterprise of meaning-making through identity construction, work choices, and purchase decisions. The Mongol existential framework gave meaning to societal roles, cosmic order, and ancestry. Pre-existing systems externalized the goal. You would not get much social support for self-determined meaning in a setting where purpose comes from doing prescribed tasks well rather than pushing or exceeding them. Existential estrangement would make you a lifelong outcast, more than physical hardship, illness, or technology. Even if you physically adapt, sit, get the necessary skills, and make social relationships, the framework that gives these adaptations meaning would remain unavailable to awareness shaped by modern existential assumptions. To survive in the Mongol Empire, you would have to strive to find purpose, which is perhaps the hardest task. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, The emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power. Interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, War also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher-emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, and infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticized Faustina for her independent demeanor, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces. always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. Ares was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on Olympus, war itself existed. The roiling turmoil of Bronze Age conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war formed something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon, Zeus the king, Hera the queen, Athena the strategic warrior, Apollo the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Ares is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger, sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Ares was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Ares was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valour. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, it was Ares who symbolised the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him, but even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he's yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena, the next he's levelling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself, ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury, aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Enyalios, linked to the ear-splitting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of war's spirits, trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride, survival, and raw fear. Over time, Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialize him, archaic hymns and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armour. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey, where instincts of rage and honour coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life, raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small, primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted, somewhat uneasily, into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their worlds spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pitied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied the screaming crescendo of conflict, then one might wonder how he behaved among gods celebrated for wily intelligence, justice, or cultural refinement. The image of the Greek pantheon at council, Zeus presiding, Apollo offering measured insight, Athena speaking with calculated reason, clashes with the idea of Ares pacing impatiently, eager for action. Indeed, many myths depict him as too headstrong for delicate planning, too impatient to grasp the subtle arts of negotiation. Yet this portrayal, while not wholly inaccurate, might obscure deeper textures to his mythic personality. Consider his kinship dynamics. He was the son of Zeus and Hera, both formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an heir as overshadowed, especially by Athena. Where she used logic to conquer, he used sheer force. Where she favoured cunning, he favoured brute strength. It wasn't just a clash of personalities, it reflected the Greeks' internal tension between strategy and aggression. Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honourable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humour lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully placate. In the cosmic scheme, Ares symbolised the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods like Apollo or Hermes approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Hera, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes expressed exasperation with Ares, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares' relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love, entwined with the god of war, often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist? Yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth. Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumour about the gods' personal lives. It symbolises how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony, a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people. If only they learned to harness conflict's lessons, a battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equalled Athena's broad acclaim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognised that, for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of Thebes once honoured him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus, Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if uncomfortable relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares' impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured, unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history, as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment, he'd empower Trojan warriors. The next, he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them if the cosmic tides shifted. Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolised how the mere prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet, Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmanoeuvred him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy's triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved. Even his father, Zeus, scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Achaeans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant, yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favourites. It consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief, though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage. They remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained or directed, the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed forces. The childlike notion that love and war are opposites misses how deeply they interact. Ares and Aphrodite's bond revealed how conflict and attraction both simmer under mortal consciousness, driving individuals toward acts of devotion or destruction. Their liaison birthed multiple offspring, each embodying a particular face of war's emotional heft. Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, are the most famous, personifying the dread that grips soldiers before a charge. However, less renowned figures also emerged from Ares' line, Eros, in some versions, and Harmonia, indicating that out of conflict could come forms of unity or even love, albeit rarely. The ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea. The energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Ares was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of him avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers, spurred by love for family, might descend into savage violence to defend them. Ares' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict across centuries. In raising his spear for those he loved, Ares exposed a strain of loyalty overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Ares remained measured. Very few large temples honoured him, but smaller cultic practices sprang up in city-estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trance-like fervour in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of Ares, galvanizing hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travellers' tales claimed that some remote villages honoured Ares with festivals combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognised the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll visible. Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, a reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, he even assumed the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman, intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators, fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love, stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavour, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans due to his power and order. Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet behind the Roman veneer of organisation, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood, conquest still spawned grief, and fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through. Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares, included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory but also recognized the sacrifice demanded by war. Boot camp drills, strict codes of behaviour, and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Ares might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war, in Roman eyes, could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Ares' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down, the fervour to conquer remained. Over time, Roman expansion carried Mars' worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner, carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training grounds, reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harboured that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares' original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon waned. Mars's temples fell into the partial disuse or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defence, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares' timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler. But at heart they remained facets of the same concept: conflict personified. Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual homage and raw violence, kept the flame of Ares' Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who rediscovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who equated him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalric ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honour, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervour that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman lore, spurring new discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises contrasting him with Mars, analysing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Ares' stories were passed for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Ares in fresher contexts. Paintings of Ares and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of Ares, turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatize the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new rationales for conflict. if he's drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations, recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him indirectly, boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure reminiscent of Ares, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era, or the World Wars, when entire continents caught fire. In the intellectual sphere, critiques of war found renewed voice. Philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Ares specifically, but his essence was there, the recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing Homeric narratives where no truce lasted long once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Ares gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Ares became a metaphor for primal impulses buried deep within the psyche. Archetypal theorists labelled him an enduring symbol of the warrior within, an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists used this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Ares archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Ares as a villain or anti-hero, charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits, bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended, or is it inherent to our being? Through all these evolutions, Ares never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Ares' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is, rather, a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worshipped, sometimes feared, always consequential. Ares, as an entity, clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defense and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognized war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Ares thus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Ares never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveller, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Ares was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal, reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple to Ares might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervour. From a cosmic standpoint, Ares is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage, prone to heartbreak, swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy. So is Ares. Time after time he rushes into conflict, battered by cunning gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages. Yet amid the cruelty, traces of compassion surface. Myths telling of Ares avenging or protecting someone dear reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Ares' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Ares' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by the tales of valour and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives innovation and progress. Thus, the war god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Ares offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honour heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Ares doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us, individually or collectively, under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage. It is human. Peace advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Ares means recognizing that aggression is... When people today imagine King Arthur, they often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin. Names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established. A champion blessed by Providence, who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. and nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterised by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasizing moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolising strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, there was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallised in the medieval mind as an epicentre of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolised an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valour reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. the Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table Knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield, they yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured, a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity, rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of skepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognised that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Fairy Queen, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of the contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role, spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date, or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend, not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honour and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era, depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott, combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred. Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Artois-Haman architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitized the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to book bindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity in an increasingly mechanised society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination. Translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic. They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a steam taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balance these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampooned the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stewart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stewart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stewart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question, how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others cautioned that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time, fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era, it symbolised divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticisation, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalization. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organisations? Or, what if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues, reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone, if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Baden sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general, or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot. The Second Gulf War, sometimes known as the 2003 Iraq War, did not start immediately. Its origins were intertwined in the aftermath of the First Gulf War, post-9/11's fears, and the legacy of United Nations sanctions that had weighed hard on Iraqi culture. Following Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in the early 1990s, the US-led coalition launched Operation Desert Storm, which brought Iraq into submission. The official fighting ended quickly, but the following peace was far from stable. Economic sanctions have a significant impact on trade and the quality of life for ordinary Iraqis. Meanwhile, reports circulated that Saddam's regime possessed elusive weapons of mass devastation, WMDs, raising Western concerns. Throughout the 1990s, UN weapons inspectors combed Iraqi locations for chemical, biological, and nuclear programs. Occasionally, they found fragments, but most of the time, their efforts were halted. The inspections were hampered by cat-and-mouse tactics. UN teams accused Iraq of concealing evidence, while Baghdad said the West tried to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. The rest of the Middle East watched anxiously, fearful that any new confrontation would upend a region already reeling from Palestinian-Israeli tensions and the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution. Then followed the seismic event that altered world politics, the 9/11 attacks on the United States. Al-Qaeda's attack sparked a surge of fear and indignation, pushing the George W. Bush government to declare a global war on terrorism. Although Iraq had no documented links to 9/11, the administration quickly identified Saddam's regime as a possible threat. The danger was that terrorist groups may gain lethal technologies from rogue states, and Saddam's unpredictability made him an accessible target for the Americans. Speeches in Washington evoked a new moral clarity. Either you supported the United States or the terrorists. Diplomacy in the early 2000s was complex. European allies were divided. The United Kingdom supported the American position, while France and Germany warned that an unprovoked war could inflame the Middle East. In the United Nations Security Council, US officials claimed Iraq was violating numerous resolutions, notably those pertaining to WMD programs. Meanwhile, Hans Blix and other inspectors returned to Iraq, inspecting sites ranging from desert bunkers to elegant homes. They issued cautious reports, stating that they had yet to locate conclusive evidence of WMDs and were uncertain. However, the White House and Downing Street insisted that Saddam had perfected evasion methods, citing previously contested intelligence on a chemical and biological stocks. Public opinion around the world was sharply divided. In America, memories of 9/11 were still fresh. A sizable proportion of citizens supported the administration's attitude, believing that neutralizing any threats was critical. Others questioned the intelligence, pushing for stronger evidence. The largest anti-war protests since Vietnam erupted in global capitals, London, Rome, Sydney, and elsewhere, where protesters criticized the march as a war of choice. Skeptics demanded definitive evidence, apprehensive about a replay of previous tragedies where erroneous or fabricated data ignited hostilities. Iraqis, meanwhile, braced for the worst. After 12 years of grinding sanctions and periodic bombing campaigns in the so-called no-fly zones, many people were pessimistic. International journalists who visited Baghdad described a strange mix of defiance and fatalism. State-run media broadcast propaganda about Iraq's resilience, while ordinary citizens speculated about escaping or storing supplies. Saddam's administration bragged of a mother of all battles, but behind the scenes, fissures formed in Iraq's once powerful military machinery. Some generals suspected that a second conflict with the United States, particularly one that could result in a full-fledged invasion, would be disastrous. The Bush administration and its closest allies, particularly Britain under Prime Minister Tony Blair, secretly established a timeline. They maintained that Saddam had ignored international demands for more than a decade. The United Nations debated a new resolution explicitly authorizing action, prompting the United States and the United Kingdom to argue that previous resolutions gave adequate legal backing. Countries such as Poland and Australia joined the coalition, while others resisted. The last countdown began. From mid-2002 until early 2003, rhetorical intensity skyrocketed. The expression coalition of the willing became popular, referring to countries that agreed to cooperate with the United States. Officials at the Pentagon devised comprehensive plans for shock and awe, a technique designed to overwhelm Iraqi defences with overwhelming aerial bombardment and rapid ground attacks. Meanwhile, Anti-war movements organised protests and demonstrations. ISIS set up human shields in Baghdad, while US Marines practiced manoeuvres in the sweltering Kuwaiti desert. The drumbeat of war grew louder, reverberating across dinner tables, television channels, and diplomatic hallways around the world. In that tense atmosphere, the last spark was poised to ignite. The first salvo of the US-led invasion lit up the skies over Baghdad on March 20th, 2003. Hundreds of cruise missiles and precision bombs were dropped on important government buildings, communication centres, and military locations, putting the shock and awe concept into practice. Western journalists locked up in city hotels aired live photos of the nocturnal assault, which featured tracer fire shooting across the horizon and ominous rumbles as bombs hit their targets. Many observers remembered the spectacle of the 1991 Desert Storm campaign, but its aftermath felt grander and more final. The goal was no longer only to liberate Kuwait, but to overthrow Saddam Hussein completely. Within hours, coalition ground forces had crossed the Kuwaiti border into southern Iraq. American and British columns, led by tanks and motorised infantry, moved quickly through desert terrain. Some Iraqi battalions collapsed without a fight, while isolated pockets of resistance set up intermittent fortifications around vital towns. The coalition's technological advantage was stark. Computerised command systems, improved night vision equipment, and precision air support outperformed the outdated Soviet-era munitions on which many Iraqi soldiers relied. Observers were amazed at the rapidity with which the US Army's 3rd Infantry Division advanced north. Despite the blitzkrieg, mayhem ensued in unexpected places. In southern cities such as Basra, irregular forces loyal to Saddam staged ambushes. The embedded media, reporters accompanying military units, captured scenes of joy from residents pleased to see Saddam's grasp loosen. Others, however, remained wary, unsure whether the invaders were liberators or occupiers. Some Iraqi conscripts surrendered at the first opportunity, while others fought hard out of loyalty or fear of retaliation. The desert, meanwhile, provided no obvious refuge, with dust storms reducing vision to a few meters. Days into the campaign, the seizure of the southern oil fields became a priority. Coalition strategists intended to keep them intact to avoid environmental calamities such as the 1991 oil well fires. At the same time, they intended to save Iraq's oil infrastructure for the post-Saddam era. Civilians nearby were concerned about collateral damage, as pipelines and refineries studded the area. Sporadic fires sprang out when retreating Iraqi forces ignited installations, but the coalition was able to prevent widespread devastation. Baghdad, for its part, remained under aerial siege. State television carried Saddam's belligerent comments, while rumours circulated that he was on the run or sheltering in underground bunkers. Iraqi soldiers established defence lines on the outskirts of the capital, but coalition gunfire overshadowed the full might of Saddam's elite formations, the Republican Guard. Meanwhile, propaganda pamphlets showered down from coalition aircraft, pushing Iraqi troops to surrender. Some took notice, but others persisted in harassing ambushes with small weapons and rocket-propelled grenades. The international reaction was scattered. Some states condemned the invasion as illegitimate without a new United Nations mandate, and global protests erupted, dwarfing even pre-war rallies. However, the White House felt that Saddam's regime posed a global threat. British Prime Minister Tony Blair reiterated that reasoning, betting his political future on the war's outcome and the eventual finding of banned weapons. Critics requested verification of the WMD stockpiles that had been key to the war's premise, but none has emerged. Coalition leaders emphasised that the search would take time. Morale on the coalition's front lines was uneven. Many soldiers believed they were rescuing Iraq from tyranny, while others were concerned about the confusing intelligence assertions. Combat pressures increased. Friendly fire occurrences, particularly among Allied forces, exacerbated catastrophe. There have been reports of journalists being killed or wounded, raising concerns about the delicate balance between media access and operational security. Meanwhile, embedded reporters provided unfiltered footage of advanced surgical attacks and civilian losses, shocking viewers around the world. As March progressed into April, the struggle for Baghdad neared. Coalition convoys avoided smaller cities to maintain pace toward the capital, leaving Iraqi fighting strongholds behind. The rumour in the corridors of power was that if Baghdad fell, Saddam's authority would dissolve quickly, revealing the elusive WMD stores. Some in Washington expected Iraqis to greet the coalition with roses. However, a few experienced analysts cautioned that overthrowing a dictatorship was easier than stabilising a broken nation. They cited ethnic divisions, long-suppressed religious tensions, and the possibility that Saddam's fall could unleash pandemonium. For now, the primary attention was on the capital, which served as Saddam's administrative headquarters. Coalition troops positioned themselves on Baghdad's outskirts, conducting probing raids into neighbourhoods. Iraqi defenders reacted with mortar and small arms fire, but the difference in technology and coordination proved fatal for the regime's conventional forces. Saddam's television appearances became less regular, prompting speculation that he had left or was dead. Still, the final push into Baghdad's core was expected to be historic, marking the end of an era and the beginning of new territory. By early April 2003, coalition forces had ringed Baghdad and launched quick raids that tested Iraqi defenders' commitment. US armoured vehicles rumbled down main thoroughfares, facing occasional resistance from Republican Guard remnants and armed militias. The approach was based on exhibiting overwhelming superiority, a show of power intended to destabilise Saddam Hussein's command. Journalists embedded with frontline troops transmitted spectacular footage of tanks rolling past major landmarks, while loudspeakers implored Iraqi soldiers to lay down their weapons. On April 9th, photographs emerged of Iraqi civilians toppling a Saddam statue in Baghdad's Firdos Square, which sparked global curiosity. Western media repeatedly aired the footage, presenting it as a symbolic end to the tyranny. Some Baghdadis did celebrate the invasion, ripping down portraits of the tyrant, but the mood was not uniformly positive. Many people, unsure what the new power vacuum meant, remained indoors, closing stores and waiting to see if the foreign tanks would stay. The city's infrastructure teetered beneath the weight of war. Water systems faltered, electrical networks flickered, and looters raided government buildings. The coalition faced disarray due to the lack of a defined framework for rapid governance. The former system had disintegrated unexpectedly quickly, leaving no transitional authority. Ministries were raided for furniture, data, and even rare artifacts. The National Museum of Iraq was particularly badly looted, with thousands of antiques disappearing into the black market. Soldiers on the ground were provided no guidance on how to put an end to the anarchy. Many were trained for battle rather than policing. Iraqi residents, angered by the lawlessness, wondered if the coalition was disinterested or just unprepared. Meanwhile, Saddam's whereabouts remained unknown. Rumours circulated that he had gone to Tikrit, his homeland, or maybe into neighbouring nations. Coalition intelligence followed leads, carried out raids on potential hideouts, and interrogated captured officials. Some of Saddam's lieutenants were detained, including the notorious deck of cards system, which identified each high-regime figure as a playing card. However, Hussein managed to elude capture, adding to the mystery. Without a formal acknowledgement of his fate, Baghdad's swift collapse was marred by a sense of incompleteness. Diplomatically, President George W. Bush declared mission accomplished prematurely, assuming major combat operations had concluded. Some observers interpreted the words literally, anticipating Iraq's swift transformation into a stable democracy. Others cautioned that the genuine conflict had just commenced. Occupation forces were supposed to restore basic services, organise elections, and uncover the infamous WMD stash. But as the weeks passed, no caches appeared. Doubts increased. The government argued that the search was still ongoing, and that Saddam's regime had either deeply concealed or moved materials to Allied states. However, despite searching warehouses, labs, and palaces, field teams found nothing. In the void left by Saddam's demise, numerous groups competed for power. Shiite groups in the south, long oppressed by the Sunni-dominated state, tried to build a new political system. Kurdish forces in the north held on to their semi-autonomous pockets, hoping for greater independence. Sunni Arabs, formerly privileged, have an uncertain future. Added to the mix were jihadi forces eager to take advantage of the disarray. The coalition leadership, constituted under the Coalition Provisional Authority, CPA, faced the Herculean challenge of overcoming these gaps. When L. Paul Bremer III took over as the leader of the CPA, he issued broad directives like disbanding the Iraqi army and prohibiting Ba'ath Party officials from holding public office. Though intended to remove relics of Saddam's despotism, these actions also put numerous soldiers and bureaucrats out of employment. Unemployed, humiliated, and frequently armed, many ex-Baathists turned to rebellion. By late spring 2003, minor explosions and ambushes had become commonplace. A new wave of conflict erupted, with fewer set-piece battles and more roadside IEDs, kidnappings, and sectarian assassinations. Soldiers patrolling neighbourhoods saw ambiguous situations. Was the man with the cell phone and scowl really disgruntled, or was he setting off an explosive device? Confidence that the war had ended gave way to a creeping suspicion that it had only changed forms. Despite the increasing conflict, ordinary Iraqis struggled to return to normal life. Children returned to half-functional schools. Vendors sold produce on the streets littered with potholes caused by tank treads. Families placed their hopes in distant relatives who had migrated overseas, anticipating remittances or sponsorship for relocation. A once centralised police force was dismantled overnight, replaced by hurriedly established units with little expertise or local confidence. The initial joy of liberty, which existed in some areas, was eclipsed by the burden of daily insecurity. Even as the coalition worked up plans for an interim government, the insurgency and sectarian divisions deepened, threatening to eclipse the success of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Throughout late 2003 and early 2004, Iraq's expanding insurgency took on several forms. Former Ba'ath loyalists, nationalist groups opposed to occupation, foreign militants influenced by al-Qaeda ideology, and local militias with sectarian agendas. Notable flashpoints appeared. Fallujah, a Sunni bastion west of Baghdad, became a symbol of defiance following a series of violent clashes with American forces. Images of ambushed contractors' bodies being desecrated on a bridge in Fallujah outraged the American people, fueling calls for a forceful military reaction. 2 major attacks on the city in April and November 2004 resulted in severe urban battles reminiscent of previous wars, destroying vast sections of neighbourhoods and escalating hostility among inhabitants. At the same time, in Baghdad, the infamous Abu Ghraib prison controversy broke out. Photographs emerged showing US forces insulting and abusing Iraqi detainees, sparking global outrage. Many Iraqis, who were already dubious of the occupation's objectives, saw these photographs as confirmation of their darkest worries about Western disrespect for human decency. In the West, discussions raged over whether these were isolated occurrences or indicative of broader issues with incarceration and information collecting. The US military rushed to investigate, court-martialing certain soldiers while senior leadership swore the behaviour was not allowed. Nonetheless, the impact on America's moral position was evident. Against this environment, the Coalition Provisional Authority fought to restore Iraqi administration. Several exiled politicians returned to establish the Iraqi Governing Council. While some represented legitimate groups, others were perceived as opportunists, having spent decades abroad. The CPA's plan for transferring sovereignty to an interim Iraqi government took shape in mid-2004. The government led by L. Paul Bremer came to an end, and Iraq's interim leadership took over. However, real power remained tied to coalition forces and bases, which were anchored by the substantial US military presence. In everyday life, sectarian differences grew. Shiite and Sunni tensions rose, particularly in mixed cities such as Baghdad, Mosul, and Bakuba. Kidnappings, targeted killings, and bombs became alarmingly common. The Mahdi army, led by youthful cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, confronted the United States in Shiite areas, notably the holy city of Najaf. Meanwhile, foreign extremist groups, including one led by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, staged suicide attacks, instilling dread. The desire to quickly establish a stable democracy began to appear unduly optimistic. The alliance increasingly confronted a guerrilla battle with murky front lines and an even murkier understanding of who the true enemy was. Back in the United States, popular sentiment changed. The mission accomplished moment had faded into memory, replaced by a steady drumbeat of sad news, rising casualties, roadside bombs, IEDs, wreaking havoc on convoys, and new videotapes from rebel organisations boasting of kidnappings and beheadings. Critics chastised the Bush administration for failing to anticipate the occupation's complexities, while proponents argued that media coverage ignored progress, including newly opened schools, infrastructure renovations, and the emergence of free press in certain places. Regardless, tensions rose, particularly during the 2004 US presidential election, when incumbent George W. Bush and challenger John Kerry clashed over the Iraq War. Bush maintained that steady perseverance was required to defeat terrorism, whereas Kerry questioned the rationale for the war and the conduct of the occupation. One watershed point was the capture of Saddam Hussein himself in December 2003. Saddam was found hiding in a spider hole near his hometown, and his arrest brought a symbolic finality by removing the dictator who had loomed over Iraqi affairs for decades. The alliance hailed it as proof of success, yet the insurgency persisted, no longer relying on Saddam's personal leadership. The Iraqi judiciary tried him in a difficult case intended to provide Iraqis with a sense of justice after decades of brutality under Ba'athist rule. Even that high-profile event did little to stop daily violence. For many militants, the conflict had devolved into a struggle against foreign occupation or a new battleground for extremist ideology. Despite the gloom, little pockets of hope appeared. Some communities discovered municipal governments that worked efficiently with coalition soldiers to rebuild roads, reopen marketplaces, and restore a sense of normalcy. Women activists in specific locations have developed networks to advocate for political representation in the following elections. International non-governmental organisations, NGOs, arrived with humanitarian supplies, providing basic medical treatment and training programs. However, each step forward felt risky, as bomb blasts could strike anywhere, from a packed cafe to the courtyard of a Shia mosque at prayer time. By the end of 2004, the term quagmire had crept into discussion, alluding to comparisons with past conflicts in which a swift victory devolved into a lengthy battle. Military units returned home, replaced by new troops who inherited neighbourhoods seething with resentment or dread. Many service personnel grumbled that the purpose wasn't clear. Were they there to rebuild, police, or conduct counter-terror raids? In Washington, officials promised that training Iraqi security forces would reduce the coalition's workload. Indeed, plans were progressed to establish a new Iraqi army and police force. It was unclear if such forces would prove capable or just reflect sectarian loyalties. The Bush administration hailed the first multi-party elections in Iraq since Saddam's fall as evidence of democratic development. Despite concerns of rebel attacks, millions of Iraqis lined up at polling places, soaking their fingers in purple ink to prevent repeat voting. The photographs of proud voters, some dressed in traditional clothing, brought a rare moment of hope. However, the vote was fragmented along ethnic and sectarian lines. Shiite-led blocs dominated, while many Sunnis boycotted, believing the process was rigged or illegitimate under foreign occupation. Still, provisional administration emerged, promising to produce a permanent constitution. International advisors lingered, providing advice on everything from voting rules to judicial reform. However, bringing Shiite, Sunni and Kurdish forces together in a hostile atmosphere was no simple task. Debates emerged about federalism, resource sharing, particularly oil, and the role of Islamic law. Meanwhile, sectarian bloodshed persisted. Disgruntled Sunni populations, feeling neglected, provided fertile ground for insurgency recruitment. Extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda in Iraq took advantage of the vacuum, claiming to defend Sunni interests while imposing ruthless tactics on local communities. The alliance hoped to establish an Iraqi security apparatus capable of operating independently. Training camps produced police and army recruits, while militias infiltrated the ranks. On occasion, newly formed troops broke under pressure, dropping weapons during firefights. In certain locations, police stations were more influenced by local tribal leaders or sectarian militias than by the central government. Coalition commanders recognized that they were dealing with a multifaceted conflict. Building a loyal security force necessitated bridging past rivalries and ensuring that power distribution did not alienate any one party. The tightrope act frequently faltered. Sectarian violence erupted in 2006 after the bombing of Samara's Al-Askari Mosque, a venerated Shia shrine. The vengeance was quick and savage. Sunni mosques were targeted in retaliation, triggering a continuing cycle of vengeance. In Baghdad, districts were transformed into enclaves separated by hastily constructed concrete walls. Militias such as the Mahdi Army and the Beda organization established themselves in Shia neighborhoods, while Sunni rebels, Ba'ath loyalists, and Al-Qaeda-affiliated cells dominated other areas. Ethnic cleansing occurred in microcosm. Families abandoned their homes due to threats from competing sects, and the capital's mosaic fractured into enclaves patrolled by armed men of various allegiances. Coalition troops were caught in the crossfire, forcing them into a difficult policing situation. Commanders realized that large-scale sweeps could exacerbate hostility since Heavy-handed methods could hurt both civilians and rebels. Meanwhile, political discontent in Washington skyrocketed. Leaders questioned how a war build as swift and decisive had devolved into a grinding sectarian crisis. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld faced criticism, which led to his resignation. The new approach necessitated a more nuanced strategy, which resulted in the 2007 surge led by General David Petraeus, which deployed an additional 20,000-plus American troops with the goal of securing population centres and gaining local trust. The surge's idea is to deploy coalition soldiers alongside Iraqi security personnel in neighbourhoods, reconstruct destroyed public services, and support local patrols. It hoped to reduce violence enough to allow political solutions to gain traction. The initial months were violent as rebels tested the new strategy with devastating attacks. However, by late 2007, sectarian killings had decreased, thanks in part to the awakening councils in Sunni districts, when tribal elders rebelled against al-Qaeda's violence and embraced US backing. This collaboration lowered tensions in particular areas, but opponents claimed it only stalled lines of conflict, leaving larger grievances unresolved. In the midst of these developments, Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki led the Iraqi government by balancing Shia, Sunni, and Kurdish political alliances. The consequences were mixed. Corruption claims plagued ministries, critical services such as power and clean water lagged behind demand, and sporadic bombs reminded everyone of the fragile state of order. However, some signs of normalcy emerged. Coffee shops opened, families went to parks, and shopkeepers in Baghdad's key markets began to see customers again. Diplomats from many countries took cautious moves to reopen embassies. Back home in the United States, war fatigue was obvious. Allies like Britain curtailed their participation, leaving the US contingent as the mainstay. Eager to reallocate resources, Washington's officials insisted that if Iraqis could preserve relative stability, a phased pullout might be possible. Meanwhile, the WMD issue, which had sparked the conflict, had been completely abandoned. No significant stockpiles had ever been located. The official narrative shifted to emphasize promoting democracy and liberation from oppression. Opponents said that nation-building was an afterthought added after no prohibited weapons surfaced. By the end of 2008, the US and Iraqi governments had reached a Status of Forces Agreement, SOFA, which outlined a timeline for coalition withdrawal and clarified the legal foundation for foreign forces. Observers saw it as a tentative move towards sovereignty. Nonetheless, pockets of bloodshed persisted. No one felt the war had actually ended. Iraq's future remained uncertain amid sectarian feuds, Islamist infiltration, and unstable administration. The year 2009 marked a significant shift in the course of the Second Gulf War. When Barack Obama took office in the United States, he inherited a war that had claimed thousands of lives and cost billions of dollars. Obama, who campaigned on promises to end the conflict, ordered a gradual withdrawal of American troops. The surge had reduced sectarian bloodshed, but isolated explosions continued to jolt markets and government buildings. Iraqi security forces, while larger in number, were inconsistent in quality and allegiance. Nonetheless, the White House and Baghdad leadership pressed on with the plan to place complete responsibility on Iraqi shoulders. By 2010, the coalition's presence had shrunk dramatically, with US personnel primarily focused on training, advising, and supporting Iraqi troops in specific tasks. The final American combat unit left in August 2010, symbolically ending Operation Iraqi Freedom. However, a group of advise and assist individuals remained. The Iraqi administration attempted to convey confidence by boasting about enhanced readiness, local police units, and army modernization. Observers on the ground, however, warned that progress remained fragile. Tribal rivalries in the countryside persisted, as did underlying tensions between Baghdad's central authority and the Kurdish north over oil wealth and territorial aspirations. The final US forces left Iraq in December 2011, as scheduled by the SOFA. The West shifted its focus to other challenges, including European economic crises, the Arab Spring, and relations with Iran. Meanwhile, in Iraq, Prime Minister al-Maliki adopted a more centralized power approach, which alienated certain Sunni leaders. Demonstrations began to spread in Sunni-majority areas, driven by frustrations about political marginalization and alleged government overreach. Former militants, who had been placated by US-brokered accords, felt abandoned or harassed. unemployed youth, upset by a lack of economic opportunities, became susceptible to extreme preaching once more. Then came the development of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL or ISIS. ISIS sprang from the remains of al-Qaeda in Iraq, capitalizing on the instability of the Syrian civil war to seize territory on both sides of the border. In 2014, ISIS fighters stormed into northern Iraq, conquering Mosul with astonishing speed. Iraqi army battalions, hollowed out by corruption and low morale, abandoned their posts. Extremists gained access to armoured vehicles and weapons designed for national defence. Chaos scenes reminiscent of 2003 resurfaced, but this time the threat was not a foreign invasion, but a radical Islamist organisation declaring a caliphate. Many commentators cited the chaotic aftermath of the Second Gulf War as the foundation for such a nightmare, with central rule never completely entrenched and local militias often overshadowing official authority. ISIS encountered little resistance from Sunni tribes that despised the Baghdad-led government. The impetus for US re-involvement mounted, resulting in bombings and a new coalition operation to help Iraqi and Kurdish forces recapture occupied territory. The 2003 invasion cast a long shadow into a new decade, demonstrating that the initial conflict's aftershocks had yet to be resolved. In Iraq, new political figures rose to prominence. Hyder al-Abadi succeeded al-Maliki. Seeking to heal sectarian divisions, he attempted to rebuild the Iraqi military, forming ties with the Kurdish Peshmerga and even certain Sunni tribal groups to combat ISIS. The operation to reclaim cities such as Tikrit and Ramadi moved slowly, culminating in the fierce battle for Mosul in 2016-17. Meanwhile, Iran's influence in Baghdad rose as Iranian-backed militias played key roles in anti-ISIS battles. The United States found itself associated with various forces whose aims did not always align with Western ideals, highlighting the war's complexities. In the Western world, the public discourse surrounding the Second Gulf War remained stagnant. Some claimed the initial invasion was legitimate, despite inaccurate intelligence and insufficient planning. Others portrayed it as a terrible blunder, unleashing sectarian monsters and destroying Iraq's social structure. A generation of veterans returned home dealing with the trauma, moral harm, and bodily wounds. Their accounts influenced new literature, film, and policy discussions about how America handles foreign operations. Politicians from all parties used the Iraq experience to either caution or support future military decisions. As the decade progressed, the conflict's designation, Operation Iraqi Freedom, the Iraq War, or the Second Gulf War, became a source of rhetorical debate. Scholars examined government papers, looking for watershed moments such as the disbandment of the Iraqi army, poor post-invasion planning, the implementation of the surge, and the precipitous US pullout. Each decision influenced future crises. Meanwhile, ordinary Iraqis, having survived dictatorship, invasion, civil war, and ISIS horror, faced the challenge of restoring normalcy. Streets that had previously been monitored by foreign forces were now overseen by local police, but scars remained in the damaged urban landscape and in hearts burdened with sorrow. Overall, the Second Gulf War was not a single event that occurred in 2003. Its aftershocks lasted decades, tying together global politics, the emergence of violent extremism, and the sad cost of leaving critical nation-building parts unfinished. When observed from a distance decades later, it serves as a striking reminder of how modern wars can begin with clear goals but devolve into convoluted consequences, as well as a monument to the tenacity of civilizations forced to rebuild against the odds. Reflecting on the Second Gulf War decades after it began in 2003, one may see a rich tapestry of ambition, mistake, courage, and grief. Its origin was based on the post-9/11 mindset, which combined worries of global terrorism with long-standing tensions between Saddam Hussein's administration and the international community. The immediate goal was regime change, couched in terms of eliminating WMDs. Ironically, the war's true impact was less about unearthing hidden stores of chemical or biological weapons, and more about the difficulty of rebuilding a society unmoored from decades of authoritarian leadership. Many veterans of the conflict remember the initial assault as a miracle of military strategy, culminating in Baghdad's swift capture. However, they also describe how the enthusiasm faded as it became evident that removing Saddam would not guarantee a stable democracy. Instead, overlapping insurgencies, widespread corruption, and deep sectarian grudges transformed the occupation into a lengthy quagmire. For soldiers on the ground, it was less about broad strategies and more about building connections with people, diffusing roadside bombs, and determining friend from foe in a sea of misinformation. Iraqi residents, too, carried various stories, ranging from the promise of overthrowing a detested ruler to the horror of street fighting and kidnappings to the tiredness of ongoing blackouts and water shortages. Some families applauded the coalition for deposing a tyrant who had committed widespread brutality against Kurds, Shiites, and political opponents. Others said that foreign forces were insensitive to Iraqi traditions, and that Western-style administration structures overlooked Iraq's social and ethnic diversity. A generation of young people grew up in ruins, their childhood dominated by curfews, the crackle of gunfire at night, and the hum of drones overhead. Internationally, the battle reshaped global alliances and sparked fierce debate. Allies such as Britain experienced internal divisions. Tony Blair's steadfast backing for the invasion shattered his party's unity and harmed his career. France and Germany, who opposed the war, felt justified when no WMD evidence emerged, but their stance sparked resentment among US hawks. Across the Middle East, the conflict fueled anti-Western sentiments in some areas, while others silently celebrated Saddam's demise. That ambivalence continued throughout the 2010s, when the United States faced fresh Middle Eastern concerns, ranging from the Arab Spring to the rise of ISIS. Each new situation seemed to be a footnote to the Second Gulf War's unsolved tensions. In scholarship, a diversity of viewpoints evolved. Some military historians focused on the initial shock and awe campaign, examining how it affected modern concepts of rapid, high-tech warfare. Others researched the insurgency phase, gaining insights into asymmetrical conflict that future counterinsurgency doctrine would attempt to address. Political scientists examined the tumultuous transitional period, using the war as a cautionary tale. Eliminating a dictatorship is only the first step. Establishing governance in a divided land necessitates extensive, culturally informed planning. The failure of improvised governance in 2003 to 2004 became a case study for failed post-conflict stability. Economically, the conflict had far-reaching consequences. Oil prices fluctuated, and billions were spent on reconstruction projects, some of which were mismanaged or fraudulent. Private security firms such as Blackwater became household names, with the Hare Act sparking debate over the commercialization of warfare. Meanwhile, rebuilding Iraq's devastated infrastructure took years. Roads, bridges, hospitals, and power plants all required extensive repairs. The ongoing turmoil hampered foreign investment, restricting job opportunities for Iraqi youngsters. Only in a few enclaves, particularly in the Kurdish region, did real growth and stability appear to be sustainable, thanks to a combination of local governance and smart relationships. In terms of accountability, attempts to hold parties responsible for intelligence failures or human rights violations were intermittent. The legacy of Abu Ghraib remains an indelible stain, overshadowing efforts to portray the war as a moral battle against despotism. War crimes claims against insurgent organisations and sectarian militias were much more savage, albeit they rarely resulted in formal legal consequences. The conflict's complexity, with various actors and fluctuating alliances, rendered clean narrative arcs difficult. Finally, the Second Gulf War demonstrated how modern warfare can begin with widespread national support before devolving into a confusing, multi-layered battle with no abrupt or unambiguous conclusion. By the time American forces withdrew, the character of the fight had shifted so dramatically that it appeared to be an entirely different war than the one that began in March 2003. Historians look back on it as a cautionary tale in early 21st century history, influencing how governments assess intervention, militaries prepare for nation building, and society deals with the psychological toll of prolonged conflict. The war's legacy lives on in the tensions that continue to shape Iraq's political landscape, as well as in the diaspora of Iraqis who have sought safety abroad. It serves as a harsh reminder that even the most powerful invasions can upend old orders without quickly establishing new ones, demonstrating the messy, far-reaching effects of a single, momentous choice to send in the troops. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension. A child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. 1 or 2 suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated. The nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she poured at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's Tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from Marla Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a fierce battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realize that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognized there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding onto Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrolment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deaf-blind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalised disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalize disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together, Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled, beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalized due to disability and being marginalized due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamored with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognized spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined, and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights, and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression, and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity.